Good morning, everyone. Um, we shall start this morning. Thank you very much once again for making time to come before the committee this morning. For those who were not here yesterday, this is a continuation of the inquiry yesterday. We are here specifically for issues raised on the floor of Parliament by leaders of Morobe Province regarding power outage to the facility at Engau for 20 hours. And within those 20 hours, we were informed that we had 7 deaths. And that is the scope of our inquiry, just to get down to the bottom of what happened. And if those deaths are directly related to the issue of a power blackout within that period of time. So that is our scope of work, scope of inquiry, or terms of reference. There are other important matters, very, very important matters as well in the health department that this committee will look into at a later date. But for now, we are concentrating on the matter that was brought to the attention of Parliament. So this committee is making its business to report back to Parliament what actually happened, so we can try and find ways to avoid these sort of occurrences in the future. And I would like to make a special welcome and thank you to the CEO of PNG Power, which I myself was not aware of. And thank you so much for making time available to come up all the way to lay before the committee. Thank you so much. All right, so this morning we will go through the technical aspect of PNG Power. I talked to the PNG Power team and our maintenance people at the Engau Hospital, and also the person who was part of the team that put together standby generators. So he was interviewed yesterday, and today again we would like to have like a discussion amongst all of you. So we would just like to get some answers and establish the facts. We're not here to nail or prosecute anyone. We just want to get facts so we can avoid such occurrences in the future. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Honorable Samuel and Honorable Ricky Morris. Honorable Ricky Morris, part of the committee, is a member for Alotau, and Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, member for Mosby Northwest. So we are part of this committee. We have 7 members of the committee. The other 4 members are engaged with their district affairs, and some are also engaged with other parliamentary committee matters. So 4 of us as a quorum now. So the 3 of us make up the quorum for this inquiry. When we finish from here, we're heading to Madang to continue with Madang PHA on some other matters. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's 20 past 10, and we'll start. I'd like the PNG Power team to introduce yourselves, state your name, what position you hold within the organization, and then we can continue. Thank you. We start with the CEO.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members of the committee. My name is Paul Bailey. I'm the CEO of PNG Power. I've been in the position now for about 6 months. To my right is Albert Neneko. Albert.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Albert Nanako. I am the Regional Manager Operations, Momase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Paiu, my name. Network System Control.
What is that?
Network System Control.
Network System Control.
Yes.
Edward. Network Systems Control. Okay, thank you very much. Now we shall start with the PNG Power lay. What's your position? The regional manager for Mombasa region.
My position is operations.
Operations manager,
Yes.
Mombasa region.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Now let's get straight into business. On CEO on what 16th, 18th, and 19th of October, Parliament was advised that PNG Power went off and Engao facility was without power for almost 20 hours. So this committee would like to know from you what happened on that day. Why there was no power for 20 hours? Or was it just Engao for 20 hours, but power came back on after a certain period of time? But the facility did not receive power. So we would like to hear from you what happened on that day. Thank you.
Thank you. 18th of October. I remember it was a Saturday. Am I? Saturday, Sunday. We had a planned outage. PPL wanted to connect a new transmission line from originate from Ramu, Yonki to Shinsing and into Erap substation. So there was a planned outage to connect that connectivity. So we advised the customers that there will be a planned outage in Ley. So I leave to my system controller to carry forward from that date.
All right. 18th. I think it was Saturday, and then 19th. So we had that plan outage. It was executed as per our plan. At that time, we have to split the system. Initially, the system was normally fed from Ramu hydro, so we have to split the system. So we carry out all switching, and we were running from GNC Munu, the IPP at Munu. So we supplied late, and as such, at any occasion, our priority is to keep Milford Feeder 2, which Angao is normally feed from. So at that time, Milford Feeder 2 was fed from PPL. So we had we carry on with our plan outage, and Angao was not on PPL because they had an internal issue with I think the incomer, the main incomer. So prior I was switching, and prior the plan outage, Angao was not with PNG Power at the time. So we just as usual we need to supply feeder 2 because at any one time Angao will come in, so they will request. So at that time we just energized the line, and feeder 2 was supplied from PNG Power. Okay, and I think during the day the electrician called for us to make sure we get the supply in. But I think they had the incomer was already burned. It's a sort of some internal cost, I think they'll know better. So they requested us not to close the main supply to them. So we normally supply only power from to Angao upon their request. So that time the incomer cannot take PNG power supply. So I'll leave it to them to explain from there.
Perhaps I can just clarify.
Yes. Yeah.
So the incomer is the master switchboard that enables power to get into the hospital. So when we're talking about an incomer, we're talking about the master switchboard that enables power to get into the hospital. Without that master switchboard or the incomer working, we couldn't get power into the hospital. The point that has been made by Albert and Edward is power was available to the hospital. It's fed on a Milford line, feeder 2, and that was being supplied by Muna. So had the hospital the master switchboard been operating, they could have fed into the hospital. That's the unfortunate situation that we have around the lack of power into the hospital. I hope that clarifies that point.
Okay, well, just go through it again in layman terms so we can understand. So was there a blackout?
Yeah, let me explain. Maybe I'll take you through the time.
There was a blackout,
No, yes, there is
a planned blackout.
a planned outage.
Outage.
So what?
Sorry, not blackout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why were we doing this planned outage? We have a new transmission line being completed from Yonki down into Ley. This was and we for people that live here, we've had several planned outages as we're connecting this new transmission line right into Taraka substation. This was the kind of one of the final steps of it. So it's quite a big job connecting into the Yarra substation. So that's why we allowed for 2 days. And that's why we give public notices and plenty of warning so people know that they're going to have to rely on gen sets at that time. But the outage doesn't affect everybody because we have to keep Ley operating. And so what we do if we can't get the power from Yonki is we fire up and request Munam to operate. So they have 2 or 3 machines operating during that 2-day period to ensure we had power into Ley because we've got so much demand there. So that was when we talk about the Milford feeder line 2, feeder 2, that is the one that feeds the hospital. And that actually was energized. It had power in there during the planned outage period. But as I say, that's where this master switchboard, there's no point in having that unless you can turn your switchboard on to allow your power into the hospital.
Okay, so let me get this straight. There was a planned outage, right? We all understand that on that day or 2 days, 18th and 19th, for you to do your changeovers or transmission lines. Now, there was power coming from independent power producer.
That's right.
Into the city.
Into the city, yeah.
So there was no blackout in Ley at that time. There was no blackout. I just want to get this fact correct.
Sorry. Let me add this. Unun took over, IPP took over, but not enough power for all the customers in Ley.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to establish.
Yes. So we had some part of Ley off and some on.
You had power sharing.
Power sharing, yes. Yeah. So Milford feeder, because it supplies feeder that feeds also and now
Yeah.
it was on.
Okay, so I just want to get this
Yeah.
sorted out.
Yes.
So we had a planned outage and we had power sharing. So this part of where the lines to the hospital, there was no blackout. Okay? I want to get that fact
Yes.
agreed by everyone. So we all agree there was no blackout
Correct.
on this line.
From Fidel.
Power was still going. Okay, the problem is they can't get the power into the hospital
Correct.
because of the fault in the standby generators or the switchboard.
Yes.
Yes. The main income switchboard. Yes.
Okay, all right. Now let me get the maintenance team from Engao to give us some clarity on this, so that we can understand what actually happened. Yeah. So yes, Desmond, you can take a seat, and the maintenance man in charge can take this. Yes. So you've introduced yourselves already yesterday. There's no need to do that. You can go straight into helping us to understand the whole situation. So we start with the maintenance team from Engao. Switch your microphone on and. Who? Oh, can you state your name again, please, and your position?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Kadi Kalau. I'm the Facilities Manager for Morobe Provincial Health.
Facilities Manager.
Okay. Thank you.
We want to establish the fact that there was a planned outage. There was a notice issued. Everyone was aware for some maintenance work. And there was power coming in from an independent power producer. And that line leading to Engao, where Engao feeds from, was not affected. There was still power flowing, but you can't get power into your facility. That's the fact the committee wants to establish. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. On the said day in question, for them to change over to the other feeder, the supplier, there still needs to be a changeover time, maybe a minute changeover. There will be still power outage. Our main incomer, their feed into our main breaker, it went off during that outage, and automatically our generators could have kicked in. The issue was the main incomer, our main incomer breaker, it was bent out and it remained closed on the bus bar. So our generators read that PNG power was still available. That's why they didn't close in.
Stop there for a second. When you had the outage, when you had the planned outage, how long did it take to switch from the main lines to Munum lines feeding this? I want to know how long did it take for you, like you put your main lines off and then Munum kicks in to supply the Bilford Haven feeder?
Basically, depends on whoever is in charge of the system controlling. But that time, we didn't have any delay. We didn't have any outage. So we just change like this. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, you continue.
Yeah, okay, thank you. After that, we inspected. There was smell of burning components inside our switchboard. To reduce the risk of fire and further damage to the switchboard, we asked our good friends from PNG Power to come and pull out the fuses on the main line feeding the hospital.
Okay, so for you at the hospital, there was a minor blackout within that period of time.
Correct.
You picked that up.
Correct.
And that's when your, what do you call it?
The changeover wanted to kick in, but
Yeah.
The breakup, the main incomer breakup,
Was blown.
was blown, so it did not allow for
So
that.
it's during that period of time where PNG Power went off and yours was going to kick in, but then you had issues with your standby generators.
And
Yeah.
Chair, if I
Yeah.
may add,
Carry on.
this is, I would say, it's a long-term issue that came up now eventually. I have our discussion here with the manufacturer of our main incomer. The breaker in question, it's designed to handle about 2,000 closed open operations. As of last 2023, the last inspection.
I'll interrupt you there. Your circuit breaker, you're saying from the supplier, it's meant to accommodate 2,000 on and offs. On, off, on, off, on, off, 2,000 times.
Yes.
Only 2,000.
Yes.
And then it reached this maximum capacity.
Yes, usable capacity.
Okay.
As of 2003, the breaker had already done 3,300 switching operations.
3,000?
300.
300.
So it's an ongoing issue that is now coming to light. So it's not this particular issue that's in question, it's an ongoing issue.
So it has reached this peak
Yes.
lifespan, yeah, and it went beyond that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, there was something that you mentioned, that you only connect power to Engao on their request. Can you explain a little bit more on that?
That is when they're doing maintenance or they're doing some internal work within Engao.
Yes.
That's when they will request whether we'll open or we give them the supply.
Or just to open or shut that,
Yes.
what do you call it?
We had a lot of names there, but
Yeah.
we just say we give them PPL supply or we switch off.
You said yesterday there was this big handle thing that collapsed. What is it?
High voltage circuit breaker.
Aye?
High voltage circuit breaker.
High voltage circuit breaker. So that was the problem. It was blown. That's why your generators couldn't kick in.
For that reason, yes.
Okay, all right. So when did our friend from the maintenance, as soon as you realized that the generators wouldn't kick in, did you call PNG Power?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did, and we got them as a matter of safety.
Who did you speak to?
Was it Matthias? My electrician called Matthias, I think, was.
What's Matthias's position?
I is a switching officer.
Switching officer. Okay, okay.
And thank you, Chair. Our team came over just to isolate Engao from the main PPL grid. So when we dropped out the fuses, Engao will be definitely without power. Whether or not PPL came on, it was a safety
Okay.
issue, so we isolated.
So the main line that comes in, PNG Power came and put it off
Yes,
upon your request.
yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so how long did it take you to try and troubleshoot?
It took us the most of the 20 hours
From 9 p.m. till
till the next day.
next day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the contractor, Rodney, when were you notified?
I was notified a little before midday.
Next day?
Yes, the next day.
Okay, so,
Prior to me coming on site, there was another contractor already called up in the morning.
okay. So he couldn't do anything, huh?
He identified the problem, but Desmond had experience around the.
So you needed
breaker.
Desmond to come and
He requested for Desmond to come and offer assistance.
assistance.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any questions from you guys? Before we go on to other matters, just the issue.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to get some clarity before we go into some of those issues that you've raised, I just want to come back to the the notice on the outage. How do you communicate that notice? How many days prior did you send this, or the mode of communicating your notice? Do you directly put it on the newspaper, or is there a forum? How does the hospital have access to this notice?
There's a usual protocol for doing planned outages, which is normally 7 days in advance. We actually have our public relations officer here, who's standing here, Jacob. So we put a notice out, we put that out on social media, put it on the website. So people on the website, on the social media, there's a dedicated line which goes through to the Chamber of Commerce, that gets distributed across main businesses in Ley, and it goes to various other people. Was there, I'll just check with Jacob, was there a newspaper article as well?
You want to speak, you have to speak through a microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you. You can use the microphone. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Take a seat. Your friend can stand for a while.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself, your position, and you can continue.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Jacob Marcos. I'm the PR officer for PPL, PNG Power, responsible for the Ramu grid. So, when we send out outage notices, for especially the planned outages, we send them 2 days or a day or a week. It depends on the system team that send out the notice for us to send it out. We send it out a day or 2 or 3 days prior to the planned outages, so that the people, the clients or customers can be aware of the planned outages or load sharing, schedule load settings and all this.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. So, maintenance. How do you get your notice from PNG Power? Where do you? What kind of forum? Is it a written notice to you, or how do you access this notice?
For my office, I do not get any notice. I'm not sure if it's communicated through the hospital, but for my office, I don't get notice.
So when the probably CEO would have a better answer. When the notice reaches you, how do you communicate this through the system? How does your system trigger in this notice that there's going to be a blackout, informing the staff and the doctors and your entire operations?
If I get a notice, we do isolate PNG Power and we run our generators. But the process of us isolating our PNG Power and putting our generators online, it's controlled by our COMAP system, which slowly does the changeover. With the outages, abrupt.
Yeah. I will come down to the numbers. This concerns me because you have a planned outage. What about the unplanned outage? The numbers concern me because he's saying there's 3,300 switch on and off. That means there's been 3,300 outage of power since 2023. 3,300. On average, if we work it out, that's probably about 7 to 10 blackouts on a daily basis, if I work the numbers, since 2023. This incident happened because there was a planned notice. It now also concerns me because there's also unplanned outages. So how do we, if there's an unplanned outage, how does the hospital trigger notifying the staff in the hospital of the blackouts, and the generator trigger comes switch on when the outage comes on? That's where I'm concerned. So you can see the magnitude of what we are dealing with here in terms of PNG power, or the power issue. I just want to come back to the technical team here. So the generator has reached its capacity, maximum capacity of 2,000 the flips. According to your supplier, what's the lifespan of the generator to be used since handing over to you? If it has reached its maximum capacity, does it go into the second, goes into maintenance, or you replace it, or what's the status? Can you give us some information?
Yeah, thank you. The main HV breakers, they can run up to 10 years. Once they've exceeded their life cycle, it depends. If parts are maybe say major defects, you would have to replace the whole breaker.
So it has gone past 2,000 flips to 3,300. We haven't reached 10 years, and it has gone past that. Is that what you are saying?
That is correct.
So in a lifetime of 3 years, it has gone 3,300 clicked in on the switch. Thank you, Chairman. I think it's...
May I just answer, if I may, that question? The issue of outages, I think it'd be inappropriate to try and attribute all of those outages to PNG Power. There is, without any doubt, issues with PNG's power's reliability record over the last few years, which is what we're trying to address right now. And commissioning of this new transmission line will go a long way to ensuring we've got better reliable power. But it's our understanding that the master switchboard had been faulty for a period of time. It might have been even 2 or 3 weeks. So it's there's a number of contributing things so outages can be caused both externally and internally. So just want to make that clear.
So, CEO, just because you've raised it, I just wanted, so are we saying that we know of the defect prior to this incident? The master switchboard. Of the master switchboard. Did we know that there was a defect in the generator on the master switchboard prior to this notice and outage?
Thank you. Negative. The history behind it is that same breaker had an issue with such scenarios, and it was replaced, I think, yeah, around 2023. So the switchboard in operation now, it's basically a new one. So we do not know of any defects until the...
Who controls the master switchboard? PNG Power or Engao?
We control our switchboard.
So the master switchboard is yours?
It's in our jurisdiction.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, okay, good.
A little bit just to assist the team there. What we see from PPL's perspective, I think it's better for them to get some good protections, because PPL is a big vast of it is the biggest grid in the country, and go through the terrains and mountains, and we will always face uninterrupted power supplies, unplanned and both unplanned and planned. So what we normally encourage our customers is to get a proper protection system or protection scheme for their utilities. Correct. So failure to do such can cause big damage to utilities. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I would like to know, has anyone got the notice, the PNG Power notice that came out for the planned outage? What date was that? What was the date on the notice?
The date on the notice is the outage for the 18th. Didn't cover the outage for the
18th.
I shared it with Anderson.
Thank you. Now, you said you never received any notice of that outage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
PNG Power Regional Operations Manager, with such institutions like the hospital and the prison and some other delicate facilities, what's your standard operating procedure when it comes to outages? How do you notify these people? Do you just expect them to go to the newspaper and read about it? Or you have a planned way of delivering this message or this warning to them in advance? Thank you.
For planned outages, we go on media, and for lay, especially for lay, we go through Chamber of Commerce.
So you don't have any specific channel to go to the hospital directly? You expect them to learn from the Chamber of Commerce or to learn from the public notice, right?
Currently, no, but after this incident, now I have a direct.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Yeah, we're just trying to talk about what happened.
No.
Okay, good. So that was never existed. CEO, that's something for you to, that was never existed. So this goes to all facilities right across the country. So that's something we will have to establish and we will have to discuss and decide in this inquiry. Okay. So back to the maintenance team at Engau. If you were made known about this planned outage, what would you do?
Thank you,
So
Chair.
we could have avoided this incident.
We could have operated our control systems in the breaker to have a slow but gradual changeover. But I'll go back to my original discussion. This was bound to happen. It was just a matter of time, and it happened to be at that time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, my other question is, you knew your circuit breaker was going on and off past 2,000 times already. Why didn't you replace it?
This information wasn't made available to me and my team until recently.
Okay, so after this incident, you got to the supplier. That's when the supplier advised you that that particular part of the machine is supposed to go on and off only 2,000 times.
That is correct.
So we were never made known, we were not aware that that particular part of the machine must be replaced after 2,000 times going on and off, right?
Plus the number of switching that it already did. Thank you.
So we were not made aware.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Desmond, since you were part of the team that put the equipment together, were you aware of this equipment, that particular part of that machine that is supposed to be, the lifespan is supposed to be this much and not this?
No, I was not aware of that until Kadis shared the information with me.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we were all not aware that that particular part of that equipment was supposed to be replaced in a certain, after a certain number of times, going on and off, on and off. Nobody was aware of that. All right, thank you.
Sorry, may I add?
Yes, Desmond?
To add on, I was involved with a number of repairs on that switchboard previously, prior to this particular incident. During that time, this information also was not shared with us by the manufacturer. So I took part and managed to fix the circuit breaker 2 times already, and this will be the 3rd time. So now that we've come to this stage, we've had a conversation with the manufacturer, and now we just found out that this is actually what it was designed for. Number of switches, yes.
Yeah, obviously, our friends who put the generators in there were not made aware of our situation with PNG Power. They were not aware. They were thinking that it's just like any place on earth. It'll stay and last for 10 years. After that, we will replace it. So had they known that we have constant power blackouts and outages, probably they would have advised you to keep an eye on that particular part of the machine. Yes, Desmond.
Yes. So from my own observation, I believe the system was designed for a better suited, more ideal power situation.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Desmond.
Desmond, it's fair to assume that you're correct in saying it's fair to assume that the machine in question is for a country that's suitable for 2,000 on and offs and not Papua New Guinea. In hindsight.
Now back to the maintenance team. When you were handed over the standby generators, you were given a maintenance schedule?
Yes, that is correct. The maintenance schedule indicates tasks that can be done in-house and tasks that shall be contracted.
So in your maintenance schedule, they've listed everything for you to check when you do your routine maintenance?
That is correct for items that are handled in-house, plus for items that are contracted out as a direction to contractors that we engage.
I would like to have a copy of your maintenance schedule presented to the committee, if you have that, because I would like to know if that particular part of the machine was listed on the things to do for you on the maintenance schedule. Can you inform the committee if it was on that list of your routine maintenance schedule?
In the checks, yes, it's inside the checks. But these checks now, it will be an external contractor. We cannot handle it in-house. But yes, I can give a copy of the checks and the maintenance schedules.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll come back to the notice. And this is important because with the hospital, you have drugs that they need to safe keep under certain temperature and condition, surgeries that might happen. So I have your notice of 17th of October. The first line says, PNG Power is announcing a planned power interruption, parts of late tomorrow. It's like you're giving the notice today for interruption tomorrow, which is only 1 day. A 1 day notice. What's the standard procedure of informing the public of such notice to be better planned and better organized in terms of the hospital? This is like, for me, you're giving a 24-hour notice for a blackout tomorrow, and how effective does this notice go out to the general public? That's where the point we're trying to come in. uh, in you giving notice to your customers for them to effectively plan their business, their operation, and stuff.
Honourable Member, I think what you're saying is quite right. I don't think a 24 hours notice is appropriate. I think our standard protocol is 3 days. And I'm not sure why there's only a 24-hour notice period in this particular case. So we'll accept that. What I can say though is those notices are communicated to the chiefs of all the main businesses in the Chambers of Commerce, including the hospital. It goes to the CEO of the hospital, a WhatsApp message. So that is also a direct way to get the message to organisations such as hospitals, prisons, main businesses. So that's a very direct WhatsApp message that's sent out as a blanket by the Chamber of Commerce on our behalf, which helps to distribute the information. But as to your first point, you're right. 24 hours notice is sufficient in my view for a planned outage of this nature. And there may have been extenuating circumstances, but I don't think that will. Still don't think that meets our own standards.
It's fair understanding the blackout ran to the next day. The notice was given for only 1 day.
18th.
On the 18th.
And not for the 19th.
And so it kind of prolonged.
So this happens, unfortunately. This is work being done by a third party, it's our contractor. It's been a long and difficult project for them, and putting the connectivity into Europe substation took longer than they tell us it should have taken. It's not the first time it's happened. But if they tell us that it's going to take 8 hours, we usually allow for a little bit more. In this case, it took more than what they thought to be. So this is just one of those situations. Obviously, we're trying to urge them to do what they're supposed to do on time within the time period for which we've given a public notice. But the thing is, once you've got it open or you've got the system down, you can't just put it back without completing the job, and that is what has happened in this situation.
I think it's based on yesterday's inquiries and the urgency of power needed in the hospital. Efforts need to be concentrated on institutions that heavily depend on power. And for this instance, the hospital. We're fortunate that they had their drugs kept on the old wing of the hospital, so it didn't affect all the drugs. Had it been in the new site, I think we would have lost millions of kina in terms of the drugs, where they stored the drugs. And so these are just examples of how important this issue is in terms of power supply to the hospital. And so, what I'm saying is giving early notice, getting organized, planned out, on the work plans. This is so important for the hospital.
I take your point, Honourable Member, but I would just come back to the original point that we made. The power to the hospital was never off. It was always available because it was being supplied by Munam through feeder, through our Milford feeder line too. So it was available to the hospital, and we prioritised the hospital. That's why we keep the feeder on. That's why we pay Munam to ensure essential services like the hospital do have access to power during periods when we're doing these planned outages. So the case of the master switchboard being available, they would have been able to use that power.
Thank you.
I
Chair.
think that's a really important point.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Chairman. We understand now basically what the issue is with PNG Power going into Engau and the issue with your generator. I think it's clear now. We've established as fact. I would like to go into general other business with PNG Power. The operations manager, my next question to you. We know the story is never ending. Blackouts is everyone's daily, part of everyone's daily life now. Can you inform the committee blackouts? What is the cause, or what are the causes of constant blackouts? We're not talking about outages, planned outages, maintenance work. Let's leave that aside. We're talking about blackouts. What are some of the issues you face in Ley or in Madang? Because you are responsible for this. We work in Vanimo standalone units. What are the causes? Can you inform the committee on daily? Some days are good, some days are very bad. So just advise the committee, what are the issues that you face every day when it comes to blackouts? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. For us, especially on Ramu part of Ley. Ley, our system connects to Ramu grid. Ramu grid covers Medang, Eden Valley, all the way to Mendi. It's the biggest system in PNG. So we have a system that, you know, it needs, as you have stated, it needs stability. So if another part of the grid goes down, it affects also the other. So our issue is, as you have stated, we constantly trip up the system. So what we need to do is, we face is aging equipment, and around the grid it's overgrowth, landowner issues, especially on a transmission line. So therefore, this project, which supplies power from Yonki to Ley, this current project, which also contributed to this, what we are discussing now, is to get additional transmission line into Ley. Currently, we have only one transmission line into Ley, and this project will get us additional two lines into Ley. So in other parts of the Mombasa region, in the small centers, we have generating capacity and aging equipment, both generation, transmission, and distribution. Those are the causes of our
Okay,
daily.
so you are telling the committee that most of your blackouts is to do with the main transmission lines. It's got nothing to do with issues inside the lines within the city precincts. It's got to do, every blackout has got to do with the main transmission lines. Is that correct?
Most of them. But we also have generations shortage and also the distribution network. But once the transmission line goes up, then we have that issue. Because transmission line is the only route into Ley, and when we have distribution line issues, it's only affect a section of the network.
Okay. Say if you have power outage going up to Taraka on the speedway, why does it take you more than 3 hours to get it back online? It's not the transmission. Power is in Ley, but it's not reaching Taraka and Ten City. Can you just inform the committee why it takes you so much time to get things back on, the power back on?
Just
You
adding
can
to,
help.
yeah,
Yes.
RM's point. Basically, as from network system operations, the entire load within Ramo grid, it's more than the capacity of the generations that we have. That's the honest. So if we fix the generations, we can cater for such feeder like the speedway. Like when we do load shedding, it's because of generation shortfall. That's why we have to balance until it comes to a certain period where we are off the peak. Then we will be able to cater for all the feeders or all the customers. And then when the peaks comes in, then when you see us start switching off certain areas within the city, just to cater for the system, cover for the shortfall, generation shortfall. So basically, like I would say, answer the question below, just the outages, it's transmission and generations. Because when the generation shortfalls, you will see intermittent switching on and off within the city. And when transmission breakdown, and by looking motion, the entire city will be on total blackout, and then we'll start restoring slowly.
So what you are telling the committee is that the demand is increased and the supply is
Correct.
still the same.
Correct. In terms of megawatt.
Perhaps I might answer this, because it's the question you're answering is really more of a generic question about the state of the network that PMG Power operates. So the question is really, what are we doing about the network? And across all of the three networks, we're investing in rebuilding them. So if we talk particularly around Ley, there's a number of things we're doing. So what the history of PNG Power is, this network's been run down over the last 10 to 12 years, and we're seeing the results of very old equipment, frequent breakages. Our job is now to put this back into line. And Albert, you've been back in, we brought you back in, what, you've been here 4 months? 3 months? 4 months?
3 months.
3 months.
Sorry,
Yeah.
June, July,
Yeah.
almost 5 months.
So what we're doing with and we brought Albert back to be the regional manager because of his experience. He was here before, he's a very experienced regional manager, and he was outside of PNG Power. But we are really looking now at how to rebuild the network reliability. And there's a number of things. What I see when I go around the country is lots of single points of failure we've had operating. Now, if we talk particularly here, Tarako is the most important substation, Milford is the most important substation we have in Ley. It feeds all the business district. Now, we were down to one transformer, and that was failing, and it needs 2. And if that had gone, the whole of the business district of Ley would have been without power. Since Albert's been on, we've got the second transformer on back in operation, and we've ordered one, and it'll be coming from overseas in the next 2 or 3 months. What are we doing about generation? At Taraka, we are installing 12 meg of gen sets in there. In fact, they were lifted in last Saturday, and they'll be connected up into a new control panel probably by about the end of November, early December. What we're also doing, we're rebuilding the line from Bolololo across to Zenag. I've just issued the contract this morning to do that, and our next phase of that is to rebuild the existing 22 kV line that runs from Zenag up to 9 Mile at Munam. that line has been down on the ground for a couple of years, and we're rebuilding that, not just into 22, but we're going to put it into a 33 kV. Why is that important? Because it means we're going to have another way of getting power into Lae if we have a problem on the Yonki to Lae transmission lines. Now, as Albert said, having the second transmission line, which we hope to commission probably in the next month, will mean we've got a whole lot of different ways we can get power into Lae. And this is rebuilding the system reliability that everybody's looking for. And I'm just using, and the fourth sort of leg of what we're looking at is a solar farms. We've got one in progress now, a 10 meg solar farm at Yalu. You'll be aware of that. And we're now trying to talk to some major solar farm to put in some significant solar farm just outside of Lae. So this is all rebuilding the network. And this is just this part of the network. We're doing this all across the country to rebuild the capacity of the network, improve the reliability. Because not only is that an issue for everybody who has to suffer through power outages, and whether it's in Lae or wherever in the country, but it's also about us rebuilding the capacity of PNG Power, because reliability means money. It means money that we can reinvest in the network. But it's not something we can do in a couple of months or 5 months. This is, part of the turnaround of PPL that we presented to various people, including our minister and others. So that may give some hope. It is what we're working so hard about at the moment, but it's a much broader issue, and Lae is only one example of it. But this having the second transmission line, I have to say, is a game saver. We've already built a second transmission line and energised it from Yonki up to Milford, up to Hagen, and this is the second part of it. So there's some cause for hope, but there's a lot of work we need to do to rebuild the network across the country.
Thank you, CEO. I want to get back to the issue at our hospital. After the incident, after everyone learned that this issue was raised in Parliament by leaders of Morobe Province, concerned about the facility and the deaths that occurred at that time. Operations Manager, what steps did you take to visit our friends at Engau, and what did you have a set with them and discussed a way forward on how to deal with this issue, or your routine maintenance whenever you can go in and check? They have to have some MOA or MOU with the hospital and all that. Have you done anything about it after that incident? Can you advise the committee, please?
Thank you, Chairman. From this, now I have a direct contact to the CEO of Engau Hospital. And also we plan, and we will start immediately, is to get Engau of Milford Power Station on a direct feed. That's our way forward.
Do we have any understanding or agreements with the hospital? Did we sign any documents? How are we gonna work together going forward? Are we planning to do something like that?
We plan to communicate with the CEO and get that agreement into place.
The CEO can take a seat and let's discuss this way forward. You can sit. Yeah. Yes, CEO. Are we planning to do any agreements with PNG Power specifically for the hospital?
Thank you, Chair. I think initially the understanding was a kind of a gentleman's agreement within the technical team when to switch over and switch off They normally communicate. Our technical team usually communicates directly with the PNG Power. And since the incidents now, we have to escalate this up. And there's a conversation we are willing to have with I've been bouncing texts with our good regional manager. So asked him for a time that they can allow us to sit down and work out a time for us to actually sit down and do a memorial of understanding how we can move on from here forward. So that's the conversation we've been having on both of us on our WhatsApp. We've been forwarding that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
If I may
Yes, CEO.
also add, Chairman, I believe our team offered to come and help you assist technically when you had the issues. And from what I've been told, actually there seems to be a very good relationship between yourselves and us, and a strong working relationship. So this is not a one-off. This is, you know, we talked about this morning, and I'm seeing you nod your head. So there is quite a very strong sort of connection, offered of help. You know, you had your own external people working on your gen sets, but the offer was made for our technical team to go in and help on the day. So I think it is collegial and collaborative, yeah. And we certainly, out of this, we can learn, we can do this a bit better. But it would not be fair on anybody to say that this is not a working relationship. It is a working relationship.
Yeah. CEO, from what I gather from the hospital management, PNG Power cannot go into the hospital facility and touch anything to do with power unless they have some sort of agreement or something in writing. So that's what I want to hear. Yeah. I want something like that in writing. It gives the authority to any PNG Power technician to walk in there when there is a problem and help out. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we have to be invited into the hospital, as we have to be invited into any business.
Yes.
But,
so
having it codified and maybe a memorandum of understanding would be
yes.
Be
so
good to do.
CEO, I wouldn't hesitate. I wouldn't waste any more time in this regard. We have to start signing documents. We have to start to talk to PNG Power and get this agreement on. So we will start with Morobe PHA, and then this has got to do with all PHAs across the country. Yes. That's very, very important because this is a delicate equipment, delicate work going on in there, and storage of medicine and all that. And I think if we start with Engao and PNG Power, we should get that similar arrangements with all other hospitals right throughout the country, all PHAs. So that's something for you, CEO, to coordinate and to make sure we achieve that.
Happy to, and we will do that. Yeah. The other thing we were just discussing this morning, we have I think we're one of the very few remaining SOEs that still have a functioning training school, which we're operating. And we're now running courses for electricians, different grades, from 1 to 4. And we're actually running those now increasingly for external parties. I think publicly, I'd just like to think we could make some positions available as part of our collaboration to the hospitals, the PHAs. So if you've got people that need to be upskilled on coursing, we would make spots available for you to come and send that. So that's quite valuable. It's quite a big school, by the way. We've got 200 cadets going through it this year.
Thank you, CEO. Now let's look at some general aspects of PNG Power. You've been here for 6 months only. As soon as you took up your post in PNG Power, can you advise the committee the issues that you saw? What contributed to all these issues in PNG Power? Is it management? Is it training? Is it the equipment? Is it politics within the organization? What is it? Is it the money? Your general view of how PNG Power is operating, how it is in the last 10, 15 years?
It's difficult to point to any one thing. There's multiple reasons for what's happened. certainly lack of investment is the critical one. And because if your network's not being maintained, you lose revenue and then you start to lose the goodwill of the people. So the problems are very diverse. I think, and I've said this publicly, I think our people that are actually in the field, fixing the lines up at night in the rain, using gear, our gear often it's not up to standard, are really, they are working very hard for the communities. I think our issue really comes back to management and the way that over time things have become more and more centralised back into head office as people have got, as pressures come on, people tend to centralise more rather than pushing out. And one of the things we're doing at the moment, which is the reason why Albert's back, is we're now pushing resources back out into the community where we need to have them. At the moment, we have most of them a lot of them sitting in head office in Port Moresby, and we have to fly them out across the country at great expense, put them up to fix problems. Here we're rebuilding, not only in Lae but across the country, capability and resources that sit out there that are under the responsibility of the regional managers. So Albert now is getting resourcing. He's got access to funding in his own account. He doesn't have to, has a trust fund, a trust account. So we're now beginning to get people and the resources where we need them. Vehicles, PPE, and reinvesting where communities. So when we have a problem here, Albert's able to respond immediately with his own people rather than in the past having to default back to head office, seeking someone to come across and fix a problem that could have been fixed in maybe 3 hours here rather than waiting a day and a half for someone to arrive from POM. So these are sort of things, but we see multiple points of, single points of failure. That's the ones that we're trying to address quickly. It's quite a complex situation. It's quite a complex turnaround for this company.
Okay, CEO, well, my other question is related to centers where they produce their own power, like Alotau, Manus, Kavieng, East and West New Britain, Vanimo, Wewak. How would you advise the government? Should PNG Power continue to maintain these facilities, or we should allow the provincial governments to invest in them and then find their own business partner to come in and operate these facilities, because it's really not working now for PNG Power. It's working against PNG Power. It's just adding up on the costs. It's a cost-saving way is to just hand them over to the provincial governments so they can find their own contractors to come and help them and work something out. So how would you advise the government?
Well, I can tell you what we're doing. So where we talk about Alotau, for example, where we were down, I was down there 3 weeks ago, we've got 4 machines in Alotau, 5 machines, of which only 3 are working. So we're getting the machines back into operation as maintenance. We're looking to put in a solar farm next to the Alotau power station. So that will, and that's something we can do very quickly. If I go to, we talk about Kokopo, we have power stations at Ulalaguna. We have 6 machines there. 2 of the 6 were operating. We've now got 3 operating, and we'll probably have the 4th one operating in the next month or 2.
Yeah, CEO, my question basically is, are you planning to let go of this? Are you planning to give them independence? Let them handle their own power generation and transmission?
That's not my mandate. My mandate is to make sure what PNG Power operates is operating.
You'll be here to advise the government on what to do. What would be your advice on
I've not been asked for that advice, and what we're doing is working with partners to not only get the network and our power stations back up to what they should be operating, but we're also looking to introduce solar farms alongside.
With the new
Particularly solar.
transmission lines coming in from Yonki,
Yeah.
would you have any time frame for us here in Ley City when we should expect blackouts to go down?
I would think could expect something with Taraka coming on as an extra 12 meg from the end of, you're expecting next month? Beginning of December. Beginning of December?
Beginning of December, we should have additional 10 megawatt out of Taraka substation, at Taraka power station,
And
End of December or beginning of December.
beginning of December.
So that's when we expect to see minimal blackouts.
well, you're going to see a reduction in blackouts due to lack of generation. The new transmission line, when that's commissioned, which we would expect next month to be commissioned, that will improve the reliability of supply from Yonki into Ley. But then there's a lot of other stuff that's been done as well. It's not just one thing to fix everything. There's upgrades in the distribution line that we're doing, and also dealing with transformers. So we're in the process of ordering 16 new transformers to go in across the country. These are critical transformers that need to be replaced as preventative maintenance. So these are things, it's a quite an extensive suite.
How
of
many
things.
independent power producers do we have in Morobe?
You have, we have 5 main ones across the country.
No. I'm talking about Morobe province.
Moreover, we have two.
Two. Daewoo.
Daewoo and PNC Forest Product.
So Ley City also gets power from PNC Forest Products.
Correct. They are connected to the network. Actually, it's our Ramu grid.
Okay. All right. Now, regional manager for Momase, are you aware of the power line going from Medang to North Coast as far as Mirap?
Sorry, come again?
The power lines, the distribution lines from Medang town to Mirap on the North Coast Road in Sumkar district.
Yes,
I'm from Bogia,
I know. Thank you.
and I drive up and down that road almost every week. Power lines have been down on the ground, run over by vehicles for 6 years. 6 years. Are you aware? Was there a report furnished to your office? Did you go and check? What is the story with that?
No, I'm not aware of.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of that line down for 6 years.
From Magyar to Dilup to Mirap to Tokain, there's no power. The poles are overgrown with bush, with vines. You can't even recognize them. The lines are on the ground, run over by vehicles, and finished smashed. I would ask you now in this inquiry to make an effort to go to Medang and take a drive down North Coast Road and see for yourself. Please, would you do that?
Yes, I will.
Thank you
Minister,
very much. CEO,
I will tell you here.
it's an issue for us in
I will
Medang.
come to Medang, and perhaps you and I and the provincial government, we go and we look at what we can do.
Thank you very much.
We're doing that across the country. There is multiple instances of lines that are down on the country. That is why, for example, the Bululolo across to Zinag and up to here. This is an example of a line that's been down for some time. Parts of it anyway.
This has been going on for 6 years.
Yeah. I will come.
And I'm astounded that the operations manager is not aware of that.
Well, Albert's been pretty busy with
So you've got to
Ley
kick
in the last 3
someone's
months.
ass in Medang to
But
do
I
this
will
job.
I will come and look at it with you. I will come and have a look at it. We're getting around the country. It's the only way we can see what's going on.
Well, unless any member in the committee has got something else to say.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I think Chairman's concern about these issues because the following inquiries in Medang and Medang PHA comes on board on this as well. So you will appreciate the gravity of questions that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, member. Any last comments? CEO, you have anything to say while the CEO of PNG Power is here? This is your opportunity to address the CEO, and we give you this opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. Thank you, our friends from PNG Power, for making time available. CEO, thank you for coming. I think issues are issues. We are here to address them together, and as we move forward. So out of this, the few things that needs to come out. One is, of course, the MOU, and my plea to the team is that ensure if late all the blackouts, Angao will be the last to be turned off, and that will come in our MOU and our further discussions. One of the things also I'd like to mention for our team is the lines are coming in, but the power is not the voltage that you want. That's the point I want to also raise. Even if the lines are PNG Power coming in, it's very little or not meeting the requirements. So you have this. That's the reason why you have this, the fluctuations, instability. So that's something also I'd like to make a mention. I didn't hear it in the distraction this morning. Even though if the power is coming in, it's the fluctuations also it's another thing that also affects our operation. That moving forward, CEO, you're here. I'll be in direct communication with our regional manager. Is on ground, so and then we can hopefully get the MOU completed sometimes next week and sign it off. So we have an understanding, and also we welcome the opportunity of when the facilities were given to us, Chair. It's also important to note that these are very highly technical equipments, and we don't have the skill sets within our own organizations to mend those. That's one. Two, even with the given structure that we have, we don't have positions for biomedical engineers or electrical engineers in our current establishment. And those are some of our own limitations within the organizations that we are well aware of. And when given the opportunity to restructure, we'll be doing that. So we welcome also the notion of them giving us an opportunity to get some of our staff to also build up capacity. So that's a welcoming remarks from the CEO. So I just want to thank the panel for making time available to hear this out. I think it's forming towards a very good way forward for all of us. I'll stop here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Everything now hinges on that agreement between Angao and PNG Power. As soon as you get that drafted and signed, everything else will fall in line. That's what I would really recommend from this inquiry. I want you not to waste time, get straight into drafting that agreement and get it signed by both parties and find a way forward. The other thing I would like to ask PNG Power is to assist Angao because they have some very delicate equipment in the hospital. So it would be good for you to advise them how to protect those equipment, put safety measures in place within their premises to safeguard all this because they've already lost quite a number of very expensive and delicate equipment since they were given the new facility. So that would be my other request to you to assist them. Yes, they can find their own way, they can find a contractor to do that, but it'll be very good to get some advice from PNG Power on how to protect this delicate equipment. Yes, CEO.
Chair, if I may, as I've mentioned yesterday, as part of the long-term plan for power, due to the current situation, we have submitted a PIP for a solar within the Angao space. So this is something that also we'll discuss with our PNG Power in terms of the legalities around it and everything else that needs to be taken into consideration should the project be endorsed by government and be funded for in 2027 onwards, 26, sorry, pardon me, and onwards. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, CEO. CEO PNG Power, any last comments from you?
I'd just like to say I'd like to thank you, the committee, for the honourable members for the opportunity to come and address you today. I'd just like to put on record that we are very aware of the gravity of what's happened and the tragic loss of lives. So I'd just like to acknowledge for those families that they have our deepest sympathies. We are ready and able to help, and we will be doing so. I think it's been extremely useful conversation. I know you have a job to do, but also the opportunity to work here. And I'd just like to say there is a warm relationship between ourselves and the hospital, and this is not about a blame game. This is about what do we do better. And
Absolutely.
we have been transparent. We also acknowledge the issues that we have, and I want to put on record that we stand up to that and acknowledge that and take responsibility for that. But I thank you for your good work you're doing.
Thank you, CEO. Wamba? You have last comments, otherwise I'm going to thank them.
I think I gather from this hearing, both to the chairman, CEO of PNG Power, thank you for taking the trouble to come all the way from Port Moresby to Ley. It is really appreciated. And regional manager for PNG Power as well. Been recalled to do a very important task. And I gather from this hearing, there's no blame game. I think it's to open up, and sometimes bad things happen for the better, I guess. And it's maybe showed us where we should all improve as service providers, and also to yesterday you also mentioned where you have been failed countless times by the government in terms of funding as well. And we find out from the manufacturers in relation to the switch, you're supposed to have a 2,000 on and off lifespan, come to 3,000. So those things came to the fore on this hearing, and I don't. In the last 2 days we've been here, we haven't seen anybody blaming anyone. Just trying to see where we can all help each other. And CEO for PNG Power, really thank you for coming up, and you're very single-minded to help our country as well, and it's very appreciated. And we also gather from regional manager about a dedicated line to Angao, so that's also appreciated. And what the chairman has mentioned, if we can have that MOU to, we can all improve, and hopefully this can be a guide to the rest of the PHAs as mentioned by our chairman. So we can get all this together, and our chairman will then report back to the floor of Parliament as to how we can all work together to improve as a country and as a PHA and as a PNG Power as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel. I would like to take this time also to thank you, Paul, and Albert, and Edward for being here.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, we are not here to calaboose anyone or blame anyone. We're here to establish the facts, what actually happened, and report back to Parliament the facts in this inquiry. And from what we gather from yesterday and today, those deaths were not directly related to power outage. So those are the facts that we will have to report back to Parliament. And I would like to thank you very much for making time available. For you people in your position do not normally attend to such inquiries sometimes, and it gives an opportunity for the management of the hospital to talk to you directly. And thank you so much for making your time available and coming up for this inquiry. So for now, I would like to recess. We will have a break, a tea break. My colleagues will have to go back to Moresby because they have other parliamentary work to do as well. They're needed. And after the break, I will be here to deal with the floor staff or ground staff, the people that actually have the hands-on in the hospital. So I will have a session with them after the tea break. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. Let's have a break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, well done.
Sorry. Okay. I would like to ask your team leaders to be seated up in the front. sister in charge or whoever is in charge of particular areas to take the front seats, please. I really don't know which areas you guys are taking charge of, but yeah, yeah. All right, okay, thank you very much. Let's get started. It's 1:05. As you can see, I'm the only one here. My other two colleagues have left. They are needed in another parliamentary committee, so they had to leave, but we've already had a quorum this morning when we started, so this is just a part of that hearing this morning, and it's okay for me to have this inquiry by myself with a lot of yours. So firstly, I would like to thank you all for making time available to come. You have known, you are also made aware of our scope, our terms of reference on why we are here. I don't have to go through that again. It's very important that the committee or the parliament hears from the people on the ground, the people that actually do the work. Many a times we listen to the people in the top level of management positions, and we tend to neglect or overlook some little things on the ground. So it's best for us to listen to you people that actually do the work and report to us, so we can start to see what the issues are. So that's why we have to excuse your top management and the board, and just you guys and me on this inquiry. So firstly, I'd like to ask you to, for those of you who are seated in front, to introduce yourself, state your name, your position before we start. And if required, any of the nurses or doctors at the back can come in anytime and assist to, let's get this conversation going. So let's start with you, madam. Switch your microphone on, speak into the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Wilma Sebi. I'm the nurse unit manager for emergency department here at Enga Hospital. Thank you.
You look after the emergency.
That's right.
You're the nurse in charge.
That's right.
Emergency. Thank you. Madam.
Thank you. I'm Ilda Temuking, the nurse unit manager of acute medical ward in Hengau.
Acute medical ward.
Yes.
You're sister in charge there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kinibeth Leapasia, Head of Department Anesthesia and Intensive Care Unit.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Alex Peawi. I am the doctor in charge of the emergency department.
Emergency department. Okay, so two of you work together?
Yes.
Okay, all right, yes.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Kenneth Sodeng, and I'm the physician internal medicine, Enga Hospital. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I know there are some other doctors at the back and nurses. Thank you very much for making time available. Basically, what I want is for each of you to, we will start from you. Tell me about the issues, about the problems that you face on the ground, and not necessarily relating to this matter, but if you can, and if you want to talk about these deaths, we can discuss it as well. But otherwise, I would like to understand, we here, Enga is one of the best performing PHAs in the country, and there are other few PHAs also performing very well with limited resources. So that's a very good story. But I would like to understand, the committee would like to understand also the issues you men and women on the ground, hands-on every day, you face with the new facility that we've got donated to us by friends from Australia. What needs to be done for you? What's there already? It's okay, but are there any more improvements that needed to be done? What can be done to improve the current service that you are delivering to our people of Morobe Province, plus other areas in the highlands and the Momase? So we will start. I will start to listen to your issues that you face. Thank you. Let's start. I will interrupt you from time to time to ask certain questions. So, yeah. So.
Thank you, sir. In emergency department, since we moved over a year ago, the previous emergency department, we had 11 beds only, compared to the new one where we have about a total of 39 beds. Manpower capacity is very low. We are supposed to be operating with a nursing manpower, I should say, of about 47 to 48 nurses. Unfortunately, I have only 31 on the ground now. And that's one big issue with manpower. Drugs and consumables, since the end of last year, we've really had a hard time. So we've sought to, emergency department is not like a ward where we have a set number of beds, and when the bed capacity is full, that's it. Emergency department, even though all our beds are occupied, we still have patients coming in. So we cannot turn a blind eye to them, say, no, we don't have this, and we turn them back. So we've sought to sell in little drinks and biscuits in the ward and making money and continue care of patients. Things like suturing patients, ECG gel we had to buy on our own to continue care, and many other things, I should say. So that was
okay, so Sister in charge, with these 30, how many beds?
39 beds.
39 beds, you are still short?
Still short. On an average, I should have 9 people on duty, covering both the outside triage and inside. But unfortunately, now we're working like, maybe on a good day, it's 2 or 3, 2 inside, maybe 3 outside. Otherwise, it's always 2 staff outside, 2 inside to cater for a big number of.
Are you talking about staff or are you talking about beds?
Manpower, sorry.
Manpower.
That's right.
So you've got 39.
That's right.
You need about 40.
That's right. For a good coverage, and
40 plus.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So your main issue now is staffing.
Exactly.
Staffing and also your consumables.
That's right.
So you make your own little fundraisers.
That's right.
To purchase some basic
continue service. Yes.
What sort of things do you buy?
No, we just buy drinks and biscuits. So the staff themselves buy, and then we from that money.
Yeah, but in terms of medical equipment or consumables, so what do you buy?
Lately, we buy ECG gel ourselves.
ECG gel.
Yes.
What's that gel for?
It's to run. It's the test to the heart. So any patient that comes in with chest pain, we have to run that. It's a protocol that we follow. Yes, just to exclude any life-threatening issues to the heart.
Where do you buy that gel?
From Nectaro Pharmacy. That's the cheapest place, and City Pharmacy. Those are the cheapest place where we get them.
It's not the same gel we use for scanning.
Scan gel is a different.
That's a different one.
But they're kind of the same.
Okay. So little things like that you purchase.
We purchase ourselves
from your own fundraisers.
That's right. Suture materials to suture lacerations. with lignocaine, and also to call suture, like you numb the around the laceration and you suture, that we buy to ourselves.
Okay. That's medical consumables,
That's right.
staffing. So you're operating now in the new facility.
Exactly. Yes.
What's the facility like for you?
Very good, classic, very good standard. It's just the manpower issues and drugs and consumables.
Equipment?
Equipment is good. Not really 100%, I should say, but at least basic things to attend to emergencies.
So all the equipment in the emergency you can use?
We can use.
There's nothing there that's sitting idle?
No.
So every equipment put into the facility is being utilized?
That's right.
By you and
my
other
staff,
nurses?
yes,
Yes, sir.
and the doctors.
Okay, all right. We'll come back later on. Let's go on to the next.
Okay, I will be talking on behalf of the acute medical ward. Acute medical ward is a ward that looks after adult patients that are critically ill with communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. Communicable diseases are like TB, and non-communicable diseases are like stroke, hypertension. Yes. So you ask about issues and challenges that we've been facing. Over the years, we had a lot of issues and challenges. Commonly, the common ones are issues of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment supplies.
Sorry.
We also had unreliable laboratory services, radiology services, and power. Power has been an ongoing problem. That was in the 2014 and coming up until we went into PHA, and when we went into PHA, the problem doubled and tripled. So the patient that stays with us, their length of stay in the hospital will depend on support from other support services that we have. And with lack of resources, we kept those patients. Some of them, their length of stays were prolonged. And given that lack of resources, we kept them still in the ward because we couldn't meet all their needs because of lack of all these resources that we had, especially pharmaceuticals, medical resources, even physio services. Now, time me come inside of PHA now, and that's when problem go. Big problem we had. Yes.
You have bed issues?
Yes.
Too many patients and no beds?
7A or acute medical ward initially catered for 28 beds. That was when the beds were static, single beds were immovable or immobile beds.
Yes.
After MIPLA upgrading all beds, we had to get beds that are true functions and for functions. So the beds had to upgrade, and that means they will require sufficient space. So we cut down on the bed space to 18. And from 18 and until this year, MIPLA go down to 16. Because bedi bagarap no got replacement left. So, and we are currently in the old building, old Engao, not the redevelopment building. So at the moment we have a TB ward.
A separate ward.
Separate ward, TB MDR and TB sensitive, and they are supposed to be looking after the TB patients, but because of manpower issue, we tend to look after patients from TB in the acute medical ward.
So the same nurses that work in the other acute ward also go to the TB section?
No, they have their own staff ceiling, and we have our own staff ceiling. 7A is manned by 18 manpower nurses. Our counterpart in TB ward is 10 nurses that cater for 2 different sections, TB MDR and TB drug-sensitive TB. So because of the limited manpower, we take care of the critically ill TB patients in.
How many more nurses do you think should be employed in that section?
For me, I'll say 1:3 or 1:2 ratio. 1 nurse is to 2 patients. So that will help to.
So
help us to
currently, what's the ratio?
1:5.
1:5. So one
That's-
nurse looks
that's
after 5
5
patients.
to, it depends on the shift. Sometimes we go 1:8. That's in the different shift. In the morning shift, we may have up to 1:5 or 1:4, but night and evening shift, 1:8 and 1:6.
Okay. All right. So you see that there's a lot of work for one nurse to handle.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Now, anybody who deals with TB patients here? You deal with TB, yeah? Okay. All right. All right. We'll come to you later. Okay. So you also have staffing issues,
Yes.
consumables.
Yes.
You have consumables.
Yes.
Also, how do you go about acquiring your consumables when you run out?
For medicines, we ask patients to buy. We ask them, we give them the script to buy at the pharmacies. For some things that we think that we can be able to buy, we do little fundraisings in the
Yeah.
ward, so we get that money to buy them. Otherwise, we depend on the patients to buy.
People with asthma come to your ward?
Yeah,
Asthma.
yes.
Okay. So that's acute. So how many staff now looking after that particular section?
18.
18 nurses. Do you have a doctor in charge of that?
Yes.
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Sodeng.
All right. So you have 18 nurses now.
That work shift, three shift.
Oh, okay. So there's 6 staff per shift. You said
Not
you got.
always,
Okay.
because they will have to, they need day offs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So same thing, staffing issue.
yeah.
All right. Well, okay. Drugs. You have shortages sometimes.
Drugs, the problem.
What sort of
The
drugs you
most-
run out of?
The drugs are not always consistent. Like the shortage is not always consistent. Like one time we will have one drug
Yes.
in stock, and then
Yes.
the other time the drug runs out,
You have
and then
another
we have
shortage.
another one. So it's kind of inconsistency.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes. How long have you been working in that section?
Sorry.
How long have you been working in that section?
It's gonna be like 15 years now.
15 years.
Yeah.
So from your experience, from year 1 you started up to now year 15, how do you see the services of that particular ward?
In my first year, I was just a nurse. So I didn't really see the need of what I'm talking about today until I went to the leadership. As a nurse
Yes.
manager, I started to realize that we had little problems back then until we went into PHA. When we went into PHA, that's when we started seeing problems like, not like before.
Let's say 10 years ago, when you were a nurse working in that area, did you run out of drugs?
Not really.
You had constant
Yes,
supply.
yes.
10 years ago.
Yes.
Since when did Morobe PHA come into effect?
2019.
2025, so 6 years. Okay, all right.
So in the 6 years, I see that we've dropped a lot. We have encountered so many issues. The current issues have escalated and they have tripled.
Basically to do with consumables, drugs,
Yes.
and power supply and staffing.
And the influx of patients to,
The numbers have increased.
yes.
What sort of diseases have increased in that particular ward?
The common diseases that we have been having is TB.
TB.
TB is the highest admission rate in the ward, followed by stroke, and high blood pressure, and all this. They are both lifestyle diseases here.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to our next doctor.
Thank you, Chair. The two that have gone before me have mentioned staff and drugs, one of the two main issues that we face, but I'll talk about the new wing. So the new wing was commissioned, so I work in ICU in operating theatre. Since the commissioning in 2023, we've had, so what could be seen from the outside as classic and good. Maintenance is a big issue with the new wing in terms of continuous, efficient function of the building itself, the equipment. So ICU and anesthesia, we use ventilators or specialized equipment for the services. And the flow of things generally in the new wing. Okay, so I'll talk about the equipment. So just to be on one. So equipment, when we got equipment in, it went through the process of a manufacturer bringing the equipment through a supplier, through the project, given to us to use, and then left, and we're not able to maintain it. Okay, so our issue on the ground in ICU now, we used to work one time 5 beds here. Now we're down to 2 after one of ours caught on fire in August. Okay, this has been brought up to the management, and what they've been telling us is, now that the supplier have left, or the manufacturer and the supplier have left, we played the piny money, and they've given us a quote that's almost up to $500,000. Okay, that's just to fix this Lamasin fire. My unit to be able to function effectively, I need all my equipment to have be maintained annually or regularly. My management is not able to help me with that. That is one of the main concerns, anesthesia and ICU. Okay, with the new wing itself, it's like building a locum, so you have to have continuous power. Okay, so it relies heavily on the HVAC, so aircon, ventilation, suctioning. They rely on HVAC, so what they would refer to as the chiller. It has to be powered regularly. The power go down and ventilation and stop. Okay, ventilation is down, suctioning is down. That could be one of the contributing factors to some of the patients that may have deteriorated. Just saying. That's these are some of the issues with the new wing. So all in all, the new wing looks really good, but to be able to keep it functioning efficiently, this is from me working in those 2 wards. And I'm mentioning it now.
So the equipment that was provided together with the building, one of those equipment is gone now.
Yes.
What is it?
A ventilator.
A ventilator. How did it catch on fire?
Good question. That's under investigation. I can't say, I won't say, and I'm not sure what happened.
Excuse me. So how many ventilators do you have in that ICU unit?
So with the project, we got 6 ventilators, 1 plan, 9 fire. This is for ICU. So I have ICU ventilators different from operating theater ventilators.
So the ventilator is attached to a bed? One bed has got one ventilator?
So we have 5 functional beds and 6 ventilators. So you can got 5 play admission and you have 6 machines, ventilators.
So one of those is $500,000 kina?
Not $500,000. The quote is to have it fixed.
Not a new one?
It's not a, no,
not to purchase a
new
one.
It's just to have it fixed, assessed and fixed.
So since the handover
Yeah.
of the facility. Was there a time where the Engao board or the management invited the supplier or the manufacturer to come back up and have a look at the facility?
So my understanding is when the manufacturer left through the project, a contract supposed to be signed, service contract, to have maintenance of those machines. That was never done with manufacturer and MOPHA.
There is no service contract.
Nothing.
From yesterday, if I heard correctly, they've recommended a local guy to do maintenance who's attached to supplier in Australia. If I heard correctly.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Okay, all right. Well, so most of this equipment you're using, it's been what? 23, 24, it's 2 years.
Yeah.
Around 2 years now. They need some sort of calibration, maintenance, stuff like that. So that equipment, when it caught on fire, was it during one of those blackout periods, or
No.
it was on a good day?
It was on a good day, a good night. It happened in the night.
So that's still under investigation.
Yes.
Okay, so what's your manpower in the facility, in ICU?
So we have nurses. I can ask one of my nursing officers in charge to comment on that. So you have nurses and you have the medical team. I have 5, 3 specialists and 3 medical officers. We take care of ICU and anesthesia.
How about your consumables and drugs?
We don't have a consistent supply of essentials. So a critically ill patient needs consistent supply of a particular drug to keep them. If you're going to save them, you have to be consistent with that. That is not consistent. So at the moment, I have nil stock of some drugs.
Can those drugs be sourced locally?
Some of them can be, yes. So that option has been looked into. So if they can be sourced locally, you write to the office or you get your pharmacist to raise the requisition. And what happens is, and over the months and years, what I've noticed is, it sits at the accounts office. There is no sort of assessment or form of risk or urgency as to which requisitions are prioritized. Thank you. Are prioritized. Sorry.
Okay, so in a case where you have a patient in the ICU that needs certain medical drug, and if you can't find it, it's not in stock, what do you do?
So several things. You can give them a prescription, or you can just explain to them, I am not able to help you in this regard because we don't have this drug available, and I document that in the chart.
So you are the doctor in charge of that unit?
Yes.
Who do you report to?
Director Medical Services, Dr. Menda and Dr. Peroni.
So when you don't have some consumable or when you run out of drugs, you notify your superiors?
Yes.
And it's up to them to source it?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have your own dispensary?
The hospital does.
The hospital does? Not in your not in your...
All our drugs come from the hospital dispensary.
So you go get yours in the
Hospital
dispensary?
Dispensary, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so your issues are the equipment that you have needs constant maintenance.
Yes.
And the hospital doesn't have that. We don't have that arrangement.
We don't have the capabilities to start off with our biomedical department.
Yeah.
And then since I mentioned earlier on, this is specialized equipment. You need the vendors or the manufacturers to be able to do preventive maintenance. If that had to be done, then a contract service has to be signed, or you
Yes.
have to have certified biomed people on the ground to be able to do that. Engao doesn't.
We don't have that. We don't have a contract service
We don't.
with the suppliers. Biomed. Do we have that in Engao?
So we have a biomed technician, and we have a unit. Yes, sorry, we do have a unit. We don't have any.
Is he here? Or she here? No. Okay. So was he or she?
So
He just one?
So there's one in charge, yeah?
There's three. When we had the new wing,
Yeah.
the new facility presented to us, were these personnel trained, given some special training?
No.
Not at all.
He wasn't involved. He wasn't involved. He wasn't.
So they have to, well, they had to figure out on their own how to handle the equipment. So are those the same kind of equipment you had before the new facility?
So we
A little bit advanced?
We had different models.
Models are different, but the way they operate is the same.
Yes.
So that's how these personnel, they had experiences handling equipment like that, but a different kind of model, different brand.
So limited capabilities for the biomed team. This particular manufacturer, they probably have policies that guard them, I would say, from others doing maintenance on their machines. And so you have to have a contract signed to be able to do that, or you have to have them certified. All those were never done when all equipment were being commissioned into the new wing.
Okay, so when we had the old Engao, did we buy any equipment locally? Do we buy local equipment locally from local suppliers?
We have local agents, but the agents order it from overseas. They have the contract to buy from them.
Okay, all right. So I'm asking this question because all equipment, medical or in a laboratory or anywhere, needs checkup and calibrations. That has to be done on a 6 monthly basis to make sure all your readings are perfect, correct, 99%. So if we don't have that checkups, calibrations, then you might go off. Your readings will eventually deviate and you'll be giving wrong information. So, okay, well, that is something that we need to look into immediately. Equipments in hospitals are very vital, so they can help you to do your job properly, diagnosis especially. So, okay, anyway, thank you. Thank you for your contributions. Let's move on to the doctor for ICU.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually doctor in charge of the emergency, but my nurse manager has already sort of given an overview of everything that goes on in there. So let me just say that Engao Hospital is a hospital in distress. When I say hospital in distress, this is not the first time we had this. This issue is an ongoing issue. In any hospital, patient care is the core business. Any other issue, coach, what is the core of that business is patient care. And if our objectives, our aims does not resort to achieving the core business, then we've missed the plot. But I mean, everything that happens in Anga Hospital has failed a patient. So every day we go home with the regret of or guilt of losing a patient, not because we don't know what to do. Some of us are very senior clinicians, we've been working in the system for so long. Simply because we lack the medications, the equipment that we will treat that patient, simply because we don't get the support that is needed and necessary from those in the management, those in the support staff, those facilities that will back a doctor to treat that patient correctly. So at the moment, and I must say this without any reservation, that the hospital is in tatters with poor communication. Communication meaning that the tatters from the doctors. How does the message reaches the office of the CEO? We have so many committees in the hospital, and those committees does not seem to be operating. The only committee that is working is we have a committee called the Medical Advisory Committee that comprises senior medical officers. We look at issues that affect patient care. We meet, we make recommendations, and we put it to the executive management to act, and that does not happen. So what do you think happens? We sit on it, and issues don't get addressed. How can a doctor be on a short-term contract for more than 3 years? And I believe it is against channel orders and any other laws that contributes to public servant being on a short-term contract. The money comes from the hospital's operation account to pay a doctor. That comes to the question of, do we have a human resource, and HR is that operating? That simply means that the human resource is not operating. We have 18 staff that needs to be retrenched. We need to replace them with new staff. So those issues, HR issues, and priorities that never get served. This is an overview of what's happening in. We don't have a corporate plan. How do we leverage our service to the medium-term development strategies? Vision 2050, National Health Plan, National Health Service Standards. We all have to leverage our operations with those plans. So if we do not have a corporate plan, how do we provide, how do we implement government policy? Everything comes down to leadership. And in Hangau, there's a long-standing issue of leadership problem, and I can honestly tell you that this is just the tip of an iceberg. And if there's any recommendation that I need to make to this board, is to have a full audit team, an HR audit, and our books in accounting that is abused, and reports fabricated and submitted to the board. Otherwise, from the point of patient care, we have not complied to standards, guidelines, principles of patient care. Laboratory issues, pharmacy supply chain management issues. That is all management problem. Another thing that I didn't tell you is that we have already scaled down operations informally. The Hangau is on a scale down mode. When I say scale down, is the doctors are not operating. We have a long list of patients waiting to be electively operated on. Why? Because we do not have, we have a malfunction in sterilizer. All the equipment and rooms that we use to operate must be sterilized. So what we're doing is we're sending our equipment to Goroka to be sterilized. We bring some, we operate some, we send it back to Goroka, so the fixer cycle continues.
So you mean there's only one sterilizer? And it's broken down? Just one? So Engao, at this point in time, doesn't have a sterilizing machine. Last month. Oh, well, this year. Last year. This year. Why can't they just purchase a new one? Is it too expensive, or Engao's got no money, or?
I think it's those people who install that sterilizer together with the other equipment have they have strings attached. They want to be consulted and paid for when they want to come and fix the thing. So that sort of mechanism that is in place is killing systems that are in place. So that is basically our state at the moment. Is we're not functioning as a second largest hospital that is on the book in the country.
So we need that sterilizer so that people can be operated on. Without that sterilizer, there's a long list of patients waiting to be operated on.
We have lost so many lives. Our outage that this commission of inquiry is coming in 7 patients. But sterilizer usually any other issues in hundreds and thousands. And that we have lost so much more patients than this power thing.
Oh, well, okay. So that is something that we need to communicate to the CEO. Now, how often do you have, like for her in the section and for her, and you guys, talk about these issues with not your superiors, but with the CEO of the hospital? Do you have any forum where you guys put things on the table and discuss with the CEO since 6 years ago?
Zero.
We have a CEO that is not patient care orientated. He is only worried about the CFC that is coming in. That is why I said, for me to be able to speak freely, I requested for the executive management to stay outside. So we have one committee that meets all the time to mitigate patient care issues, the Medical Advisory Council, which is terms of references drawn by the management. Recommendations that we make from that committee regarding patient care for the entire hospital sometimes does not reach the table of the senior executive management. We have a hospital manager that our immediate bosses report to, and then we have a director of curative health services that we come under. So there seems to be a duplication of role, and we don't know who we report to and where our issues of concern, either whether it is discarded along the way or it reaches the table of the executive management. That is the reason why in my opening remark I said that Engao is a hospital in distress and in tatters.
Yeah. So when was the last time a member of parliament from Morobe visited the hospital? Since PHA was established 6 years ago, nobody came around.
Well,
Okay.
Nobody comes for goodwill visit, but for
Launching.
launching of
Yeah.
things like that, the entourage,
Yeah.
they will come. But I wish someone visits the hospital on goodwill.
So what you are indicating to the committee is that there is a total communication breakdown
Absolutely.
between the people on the floor and the management. You guys are not communicating well with the management. So they don't understand the issues you face on the ground every day. So that is a serious concern. Well, I'll have to really zoom down on this issue. And there are some matters where I have to communicate directly with the CEO of the hospital to make him aware. And you know, these little things about having coffee, sitting down having a chat, none of these things happen. Not under the former CEO. How long ago? So the former CEO was an expatriate, huh? Was he a medical doctor?
No.
He was a manager. But he was good. He comes down to your level. Okay. Yeah, this is the issue with us Papua New Guineans. When we sit in those offices, we tend to become mini gods that you can't touch, you can't talk to. And you've seen this morning as an expatriate now being the CEO of PNG Power, coming down to your level where you can talk to him about issues. So that's the kind of attitude that we have, which is it's not helping at all. So I see your concerns. Yeah, we will come to the finances a little bit later, but let's just talk about your staffing issues and your consumables and your drugs and stuff like that. So it's not all good. It's not really a good story for Engao.
Well, the common denominator is always
leadership.
So if the leadership is bad, then you have, non-compliance to standards.
What's the term of the CEOs? 3 years. 3 years, yes. 3 years. Okay, all right. Thank you, Doctor. Let's move on to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Angao is one of the best places to work as a clinician.
If it's too cold, we can turn it down.
Yes,
turn it down, please. I'll put it off.
Yeah.
Put it off for a while. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No. Yeah, thank you. Angao is one of the best places to work as a clinician. We see a lot of, like for me personally, I see a lot of nice cases. I mean, it's unfortunate for the patient, but for me, I see a lot of good cases that I want to manage and do the best to improve the care of the patient. But it's frustrating. It's a bit frustrating working in a place where, like, you request for a blood test and there's nothing. So I work I'm the physician, so we deal with diabetes and TB and all this other stuff.
Yes.
And it's frustrating because, I'll give an example. We are using the new drug-resistant regime, deep drugs, and we need to comment someone on this medicine. We must have baseline blood tests done so that we know whether when patient develops some complication, we know it's either probably related to these drugs or something else. But trying to get the baseline test done here at Engao, but the support services are very challenging. So almost all the time we give a laboratory form, we tell the patient, you get a sample, go to the private lab, get the blood test done at the private lab. So it's been happening, and sometimes the pathologist services comes back on, but most of the times the patients have to pay outside. And the same for the medications. We have to give prescription to almost all the drugs. Anti-seizure drugs, the medications to stop seizure. Yeah. Anti-asthmatic drugs. It is asthma, you cannot sit on asthma. Someone comes in, you have to treat, but we don't, most of the times we don't have these drugs. Or patients with heart attack. Or antibiotics. Probably 1 or 2 antibiotics, but the other antibiotics, we don't have it. So, and apart from these drugs, there are so many other drugs that, unfortunately, even 50 kina is very expensive for someone from Wantuat or someone from one of the villages. So it's very challenging. I think most of the things that everyone has said, but thank you. You raised that point about meeting with the staff. from my experience, I was at Keving Hospital, and then I went to Pomgen. And coming here, I can honestly say, since joining this hospital in 2021, there hasn't been any staff meeting. From the management talking to the staff. Like Pomgen Hospital, the CEO does it in a way that every loose week, not fortnight, but the loose week, he has the time to go and sit with the director medical service, the corporate services, or the nurses, or the doctors. So we have lunch and then we talk. Even in caving, we have time for staff meeting and all this. But coming here, nothing of that sort. So just 2 days ago, we had a meeting with the board chairman and his members, because I'm the chair of the MAC, the Medical Advisory Committee, and we've been giving resolutions to the SCM. It seems to be bouncing off a brick wall. So we decided to bypass, and we went to the board chairman, and just 2 days ago, and we're supposed to be giving our resolutions by this afternoon. I mean, not resolution, but the points, because it seems that they're not listening to what the people on the ground level is telling. So there's a big disconnection between the ground people and the people up there. So it's a big challenge. If you go by individual, we might sit here until all afternoon just trying to. So that blackout thing is just the tip of an iceberg. There's a lot of issues down there. Medical, and I've been called here because the deaths were from my unit. But if you look at it closely, most of these deaths were, unfortunately, they were, we were not able to prevent. Like someone with a bleeding in the brain, we cannot do much with it. Very high blood pressure. Someone with a breast cancer with a brain metastasis, we cannot do that. I mean, we cannot really help. Someone with a suspected TB, but also suspected cancer. Most of these diagnoses especially to do with cancer, it's very challenging. As I'm speaking, we cannot diagnose cancer here at Enga Hospital. It's sad. Someone with a lymph node or tumor mass, neck mass, we don't have a pathologist here at Enga Hospital. So we have to get the sample, even breast cancer, get the sample, send it to Mosby, and probably wait for a month or 2 or sometimes 6 months for the result to come back. Patient already dies. So
doctor, there's no pathology lab here?
There's a lab here, but there's no pathologist.
No personnel?
No pathologist. There's lab officers, lab scientists and lab technicians.
But a specialist?
No specialist. So
for how long now?
The last one passed on. The last pathologist passed on, I think, 3 years ago. The late Dr. Komnapi. So for the cancer diagnosis, we are just treating like clinical diagnosis. There's no confirmed diagnosis of cancer. So we might be giving the wrong, a drug to a different type of cancer altogether. So that's the biggest challenge that we have faced at the moment. Yeah, I think that probably, but otherwise most of the things.
How's your supply of TB drugs?
TB drugs, it's okay because we deal directly with the National TB program. So when the drug runs out, we call them directly and they send it the next day. But it's not too bad, not as bad as the other drugs. But the other drugs, patients have to pay from the local pharmacy. Most times the pharmacy might not have all these drugs, so we have to pay. But TB drugs is okay. The National TB program, they send it directly to us.
Just give us a brief on your TB program. Patients coming in, numbers are going down or numbers are going up, multi-drug resistant TB.
The TB is becoming, there's an exponential rise in TB here in Ley City. We see on a clinic day, we see more than 100 patients TB and suspected TB. And also we are seeing a rise in drug-resistant TB as well.
What's your turnaround time for results to come?
It's a bit better than previously now with the new the gene expert machines.
How many do you have here?
I think 6 we have with the NDO.
It was 6 gene expert machines.
And that's the health centers also have a gene expert machine. So I would say in terms of TB diagnosis, we have improved significantly compared to previous times. But it's the support tests, like for example, a drug-resistant TB
further
case,
tests,
like the basic full blood examination test or the kidney test or the liver test. It's most of the time, almost 90% of the time, we cannot do it here. We have to send it out to the private labs.
Because of your issue of not having a pathologist?
No, not really, but I think no reagents and
consumables
and all this.
You don't have consumables?
That's the thing, yeah. So, yeah. these are ongoing, and then compounded by the continuous power outages and all this. So we had to cancel a clinic on Tuesday because the power went off. We cannot continue. So it's always a challenge.
Now, from interviewing your superiors, I wanted to confirm that all those 7 deaths are not related to power outage. How would you just tell me honestly, in your honest opinion, if this is true? Because those deaths are unavoidable. They were going to die anyway.
Yeah.
2 were already pronounced dead on arrival, and the other 5.
Yeah, I mean, for my case, like I said, there were unavoidable deaths. The 3 deaths that died in the medical ward. The ICU ward was a pregnant mother with a TB meningitis. Sorry, not TB, chronic meningitis. But she already brainstemmed that. She was just dependent on the machine.
She will never have survived.
Yeah, she would have never survived. Yeah.
So sorry, for my patient that died in ED on that day where we had a long-standing blackout, this patient had TB of the central nervous system. He came in, fit in, had a lot of secretions that were supposed, like I did what I had to do, set up the machine to suck him out. Unfortunately, because of the blackout, the wall suction wasn't working. So we lost him. But
Okay, so if you had that suction pump working,
that's right. At least I would.
You
do
would have
something to help.
done something.
That's right.
Yeah. The other issue was, since you mentioned fitting, the breast cancer patient with brain metastasis also had fitting episode, but the problem was we did not have the anti-seizure drug.
Anti-seizure drug.
Drug to stop the fitting.
Stop the feed, yeah.
Probably eventually she'll pass on, but that was.
You could have held her a bit longer.
That's right. So.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right. Yes, Doctor.
We are humans that we cannot just say that, this patient will die anyway, because only God has the power to say that your time is up, you can go. So for all those patients that died, if their deaths were attributed to power outage, it is a result of power outage. Whether the ventilator went off, patient and aspirated because it was in the dark and nurse did not see, or whether the machine went off because we were not able to do the suctioning properly and all the secretions went to the windpipe instead of that. That one is as a result of, power outage. I've watched the debate on the floor of Parliament in which the health minister said otherwise, and there was a point of order from Dr. Lino Tom. And I think that even if the condition of that particular patient is end stage, I should say, meaning that medical treatment would not, solve the problem.
Yeah.
That patient is still alive. And only a time, God knows when that flame will go off. So for these 7 patients, we cannot really tell now that I'm old, but I'm old, die, so alarm will die. No, we cannot say that. I'm life here. Life will man, I'm God, I'm giving life long and heart long and beat yet. But if that death is attributed to power outage, let's just say that due to the power outage, something was not right. It was dark. They died because of the power outage. That is the only thing I can say. Instead of saying that I'm old, but I'm will die. No. In the bank, if it is 3 o'clock, the securities will say, I'm right. If tomorrow you money, your money is safe. But in life, you can say, no, you go now, tomorrow, you come back now, make marasin you. That does not happen. The next day, half of those patients that you send home will be dead. And that is why this meeting is very important. That is why we put patients in the middle of the circle. Everything that we said, the PhD power, the accounts, the HR, the pathology, the x-ray, they all form ring around. But in the middle is the poor patient that should come first for this institution. So we have failed miserably. And we continue to fail, and the people in Papua New Guinea in Leyte have lost their trust in the way we do business. I nearly got assaulted 7 days ago for someone that had his operation cancelled 7 times. And he knows me every time he comes with a hernia, I reduce the hernia, he goes back and I said, okay, go to the surgical clinic. And they can't do the surgery because of reasons I already said. So he met me and then he said, when are you going to do the operation on me? And I said, I don't do operations. Sorry, I'm not a surgeon. So those are really issues and challenges that we have. I'm sorry to say this, but I have to say it.
No, doctor, you don't have to be sorry. This is the avenue where you pour it out. And the authorities must know. Government must know. We are thinking that Engao is operating very well, but it is not in actual fact. So I have to report the facts. I have to report to Parliament what's wrong with Engao. Let's say for the 7 deaths that we're concentrating on, 2 of them were pronounced dead on arrival, right? So we'll count those out. And we deal with the other 5. The other 5 that lost their lives during the 20-hour period. So there's a whole lot of contributing factors involved in this. We shouldn't rule out PNG Power and said no, it's all got to do with their medical conditions, underlying medical conditions. So the PNG Power is somehow related to that as well. I mean, according to them, listening to them, it's like there was power, but your system was down. That's why. So it's partly to do with them and your management in terms of maintenance and checking the equipment and making sure the equipment was okay, and communication between PNG Power and the hospital. The power is going to go off, make sure your generators are working and all that. So there's all contributing factors towards the 5 that we lost within that period of time. Okay, give me 2 or 3 minutes break. I have to use the toilet, and then we'll continue with our interviews, our conversation. Okay, thank you. It's 10:05. We recess. We're back here at 2:05. let's continue on. I will give the opportunity later on to any of you staff members to say your piece. If you've got something burning inside that you would like to share with all of us, an opportunity for everyone to say something. But before you do, you have to fill out a form, state your name and your position, and for our records. Now, my next series of concerns will be around finances. Finances, for how you manage your finances. I know the hospital puts a budget together and sends it down to National Planning and Finance and Treasury for budgetary allocations. For each of your sections, important sections in the hospital, I want to know if you have some input when it comes to budgetary allocations. How do the management know that this is what you require for ICU, anesthetics and emergencies and your, what do you call it, acute ward? Do you have any input at all into the framework of the budget annually? I would like to hear from each of you. So we start with you, madam.
Thank you, sir. I think it was 2 years ago that we did our annual activity plan, and I cannot remember if we did it for 2024, if I'm right. So I think that was the last time we put in our. That's when the redevelopment was going on, and the project managers were with us on the ground, so they helped us to do that, just to prepare us in order to move to the new facility. It was the last time we did our annual activity plan, or AAP it's called. And we mentioned everything about staffing, equipment and all that stuff. So I think that was the last time we did that.
So on your annual activity plan for your section, what do you put down? What you want to do, what you intend to do, the budget that you require? Is that what you put down?
Yeah, that's what they told us to do.
And then you hand it over to
That's right.
the doctor in charge of that particular section.
We give it to our director nursing, and he takes it on board.
Also, the two of you put together your plans and budget, and then you hand it over to the director, curative services.
At that time, I think I did it myself.
Okay.
For the department, that's right.
Okay. What about last year?
No, I didn't do anything.
And this year?
No.
So you did that in 2022?
That's right, 2023.
23. And before that?
It's like we're doing it on a, like, very
It's
irregularly.
like PHA has been here for 6 years now, right? 6 years.
Yeah.
Since PHA came in, that's my area of concern. Have you been part and parcel of budgetary putting together the budget?
Not on a regular basis, like.
So you did it once,
yes,
once in 2023.
That's right.
Okay, good. Thank you. What about you? Oh, put your microphone on, please.
Okay, I remember being part of the AAP, annual activity planning, in around 2016, 17. And after that was the recent one, that was in 2023. But that was more like getting us through to understand how AAP was done, or it's been done, yeah. And I don't know whether it was submitted to the management so they can consider what we wanted on the AAP, that I wouldn't know.
Okay, all right. Doctor?
Thank you, Chair. To answer your question, no. I haven't. I only became head of the department this year, but I know from last few years, we have no input. It's probably, to put it this way, you don't have a corporate plan, so you don't have from the top down implementation or strategies of how you can help those who are on the, so I'd say at our level, to be able to have an input. So for the AIP that our the nurses in charge are talking about, I've never been trained to do one, so I don't know how to do an AIP. So to honestly say, no, I have no input from my department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you.
How long, doctor, how long have you been with the hospital?
12 years.
12 years. Okay, so within those 12 years, 6 years was after PHA. Before PHA, tell us your experience. When it comes to budgetary,
Yes.
what do you say, framing the budget and all that?
In real business, you have activities that are planned and locked in. In the hospital, and usually the chief financial officer approves signs off like that. In the hospital environment, it is the clinicians who dictate how the money of the hospital is going to be used, because, for example, I will say that, oh, I need this equipment because I'm doing an operation. That is unplanned. But the hospital must accommodate that, because this is an hospital where any activity of the hospital is not planned and not budgeted. Sometimes we go against the normal, formula of doing business. In my experience in here, our requisitions, our plans, they sit in one basket that never gets looked at. That is our problem. So if it is going to be sitting in that basket, how do we, first of all, prioritize patient care in Enga Hospital? And then, because in my plan, I also included rural outreach. And I'm an emergency physician, so I want to visit Muchin, for example, where there's a lot of accidents happening and Bulolo and like that. So we go in there and then set up the emergency situation there, bit of teaching like that. So if that, and for the past 12 years, there's never been any rural outreach in which Enga House is supposed to be sending doctors to like that. So
That's right.
that comes with our annual activity plan, which we put in, we cost everything. So when that is not done, we let the province down as well. So nothing gets to actually having input into it.
Doctor, are there any specialist doctors in Bulolo?
No, there are no doctors.
Mutsing?
We just sent a doctor recently who decided to go there. So
To Mutsing?
yes,
But in Bulolo, there's no doctor?
there's no doctor.
There's only HCOs?
Yes. But I'm pretty sure the PHA is, working towards.
So from your experience, you have contributed to budget frameworks for the hospital, for your section?
I did one or two twice, yes.
Okay.
Like I said.
And if you don't, who does it for you?
I think the people higher above me, the director.
What do you call the curative
director?
Director.
Yes.
Okay, so in this instance, if you are not involved in the framework of the budget, it's from the director curative services that covers all of you.
Yes.
Doctor, what's your experience?
Same with the others. I haven't actually done one. I was in Kevin when I underwent this AIP training, and but actually never implemented it. I came over Jonia in 2021. I've never done one. Yeah, so actually one of our resolutions as part of the MIC was to get the hospital to conduct these AIP trainings so that at least we know what to do and all this. So, but actually in terms of contributing to the budget, and negative.
Okay, right. That's the same for all of you. The other thing I would like to know, when finances are disbursed to PHA, is there any forum or anywhere where you people on the ground are made aware how much money came in and for specific programs or in your specific sections in the hospital? Not at all. For 6 years now? Okay. I'd love to talk about all the bad things. I would love to tell Parliament about all the bad things. And I'm going to do this in other hospitals as well. The major ones, Mount Hagen, Goroka Base, Madang, Wewak. I'm starting here, but this will continue on next year. Okay, now we hear the management talking about they ask for this much, but they're getting this much. We all should know our country is going through some very difficult economic times. And this is not just PNG. Every government all over the world goes through this. There are good times, we peak, and there are bad times, the economy is not doing too well. There's a lot of contributing factors that affects the economy, and it affects our operations as well in the hospitals, schools. Every department is affected. Part of the blame is how we manage our resources in Papua New Guinea. That's a major factor that affects our economy. And most of it is influenced from the global community, which we don't have any control over. So we are going through some very difficult moments politically, and that's affecting how we manage our little resources. I'd say little, but we have more than enough, but we're not managing it properly. So we hear from your management team that they're asking for this much, but they're getting this much. In your opinion, the little that Engao Morobe PHA gets, the little that we get, is it being utilized on programs and matters that are of concern to the patients, or we are throwing money around that are not directly affecting the people that we are here for? Like a doctor has said, that the patient is the core, care of the patient is our core responsibility and function. Everything that we do must be for the patient. So I would like to know, with regard to finances, your opinion. Those of you in front, and those of you later on, you can never say as well. So we start with you. Our money is the little monies that we get, not what we want, but what's given to us.
Thank you, sir. Like my good doctor said, patient is the core business of any health facility in the world or in PNG for that matter. Unfortunately, that's not what we see here at Engao Hospital. Priority is not being given. Simple things like drugs we're asking for, where it could save our life, it's not there for us. What do? Hospital management, you're sleeping very well at the house. It's me and my nurses on the floor who are on the floor 24/7, coping all the verbal abuses, even sometimes physical confrontation from the public. And that is very, very disheartening. We have vehicles that are not roadworthy, that are transporting staff into the hospital, and it poses a risk for our nurses, for my nurses in the emergency department, and I think for the whole hospital likewise. And these people, we all contribute directly to core business patient care. Our staff are waiting for travel warrants. They've been working 2 years. They need to go and have a rest. They don't have the money available to go for their leave and get a rest. Thank you, sir. That's what I wanted to bring across.
Thank you very much. What about you, madam?
Okay, about the how the finance is used in the organization. I mean, everything is clear before us that we don't have these things, so that makes us to wonder now, where are all the money going to? Why are we not having these resources? Because these resources will obviously need money to fund them. Yeah. So if they're not being funded, then we question, money go where? Because we are not contributing to the budgets or planning. So yes, people asking money go where? But no one gives the answer how money you see. People are using money or same. We don't know anything about that. So yeah, that's for me. We are lost.
You don't know how the money's being spent.
Yeah.
There's no transparency. It's not been communicated down to you on the ground. Yeah. Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you, Chair. I share the same sentiments with Sister. If our unit had ledgers to be able to use the money or have an idea, or have ledgers where you have money being put into, I can tell you.
Yeah.
But we don't have that in the unit. So everything that we see, so if we see services are not being not efficient or support services not efficient, we can only tell you that we don't see the money and we don't know where the money is. To be able to tell you with the little we have, if they're managing it properly,
Yeah.
from my level, I can't say. I'll just tell you
That's
that I'm
right.
not able to function efficiently.
Yeah.
I can go from there. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much. Doctor?
Thank you. When it comes to money, it is always very sensitive.
Yeah.
Um,
It's top secret.
Yes. So, like I said, anything to do with patient care usually comes last in this hospital. You want some medicines to be bought, and you, like doctor said, you fill one requisition that's signed by our line directors and goes to the table of the accountant or whoever, financial delegate, it sits there. And when you ask the people in there, they will say that 70% of the money that comes in goes to the rental. But there is a huge scam, because all the rental companies and homeowners will tell you that people are going back to claim refund and 10%. And
Rentals for what? Car rentals, accommodation rentals, what?
accommodation. So, accommodation, yes. We also have car rentals with
Whose accommodation?
doctors.
Doctors.
Accommodation.
So some of the doctors are accommodated around the city
Yes.
Mostly.
on rented basis. Okay.
So the homeowners and the real estate companies are complaining that the hospital staff are going back to them and said, pay some money back to us for facilitating the rental.
Or kickbacks.
Kickbacks, yes. We also have hire cars that are hired on
Exorbitant
yes, and of course
rates.
triple, and we have evidence that this has been happening.
What's the highest amount of a rental car that PHA rented?
For a day is about 800
Yeah.
in Lake City.
1,200.
1,200, but in Lake City it's 800 kina. 800 kina, and according to some of the records and evidence that I have, when they put the preposition in, it's triple, and they are paid, and then
Extra.
so they claim. We also have service providers who provide service and they claim 10% payment. So workshops, contractors, everything is bogus, and then they get kickbacks and like that. And I have all the evidences to give it to. If there is an internal auditor or external auditor that comes around, I'll be very happy to give all these dirty financial dealings that okay in there. That also comes to leadership, because if you are the CEO, the head of the department, you have to make sure that there's due diligence in following financial guidelines and everything like that. So if there's none of that, then that is just a lack of oversight and governance of those standards and protocols and procedures. So
Correct me, Doctor. We have a trust account for PHA with BSP Bank,
yes, we do.
and we have 3 signatories to that account, right? So it's the CEO, the treasurer, and the chairman, or director of finance. So those are the 3 signatories to the account. So for every transaction, there must be 2 of those signatories on the withdrawal form.
Yes.
Now, do you ever get a chance where they tell you, say, on a quarterly or half-yearly basis, where they sit down and they tell you how the first part of the money was spent and or that other?
There is no financial report on the trust account, and whether it has been used for patient-related, life-saving purposes is not informed.
You keep that until you come to the front and we will talk about it. You'll be recorded. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Same with
Finally.
other colleagues. Sorry, what was the question again? I forgot. The finances.
Yeah, finances. Finances.
You know, in all of us, the normal physiological response, when there's a external, big bleed, the blood is being diverted from the areas that are not really necessary to the essential organs,
Yeah.
just to save the essential organs like the brain or the kidney.
Yeah.
So here, like coming back to here, there's non-essential services are getting the bulk of the money, and the essential services like the core business of the patient care. There's nothing going into that area. So yeah, I would agree with my other friends.
Same in
thing.
all sections. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Those of you who have contributed, thank you so much. You can be excused.
Thank you, Chair.
I would ask the next lot of officers to come up. Doctor, yeah, can come up, and any other nurses, senior nurses can come up, and let's quickly go through this. Okay, so yep, that's it. Okay, let's introduce ourselves, state your name, your position, and I would like to know also how long have you been with the hospital. That'll be good for us. Let's start with you, madam.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Diana Samai. I'm the Deputy Director, Nursing Clinical. I've been on this position as the Deputy Director since 2013, so for the last 12 years.
Okay.
Yes, I've been on the position.
Thank you. Madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Sister Jim. I'm nurse in charge for the operating room. I have started work since 1999, but in the operating room for 17 years now.
17 years.
Thank you.
Okay. In the theater.
Yes.
Okay. Madam, you.
My name is Rahela Babona. I've been a nurse for 26 years, nurse manager for ICU for 18 years, and I'm currently the acting deputy director for nursing administration.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Tati Selan, and I'm the radiology manager. And I've been here for almost 26 years now.
Radiology. You look after the X-ray.
That's right.
Okay. Doctor.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. Lincoln Menda. I am Assistant Manager Medical Services. I've been in all the positions up to the top and back. Yeah, I've been in the service for more than 43 years.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like for each of you now to give your opinion or share with us generally about everything else we covered with the first lot. Okay, in your section, in whatever area you are working from, what are your issues that you face, and drugs, consumables, your manpower, finances. Just cover everything so we go through it once and for all. So we start with you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I've worked for more than 4 CEOs of the hospital. I'll just go retrospectively.
Yes, yes.
So then it will give us a good highlight of where we are today.
Yes.
Okay, previously, before the PHA came in, we had CEOs that managed the hospital. And I'm working under a national by the name of Dr. Chalau. He did very well. After he went, there was a CEO, an American. He was one of the best. And we had a hospital administrator who was also a white man. Then came Mr. Mado. There was big difference during that time. With human resource, yes, we had a bit of problem with human resource, but we could manage with what we had, with the limited resources we had. And we did recruitments. For the nursing division, we did recruitments almost every year.
The hospital did recruitments.
The hospital, because of on the casual basis, I would say.
Okay.
On the casual basis. Because we had a school of nursing up at the top,
Yes.
the school of nursing, we were able to get staffs on casual basis. So where there was an advertisement, we just got those staffs, slotted them against the position. So I could see a big difference in that. Came the PHA, it's gone from bad to worse. Okay, with the old hospital, the demand was there, but not too bad. Though we had our own facilities, we managed, though we had crisis, but we managed. Come the new facility, it's even worse. With human resource, with everything. It comes to the side of consumables, it's gone from bad to worse. It's like an everyday thing for us as clinicians. Because I have staff on board, I have wards, nurses manage patients, 24 hours. It's 3 shifts. Every day they encounter issues with consumables. And as they have expressed, yes, I will confirm that is true. Okay, coming into budgeting. Yes, we do have, we were involved in budget preparations some years back, but as they have said, for the last 2023 or 2024 was the last that I saw visibly. But since then, they have not involved us in any budget preparation. I used to get involved in budget preparation previously, but not this time. So how would I know? When nursing budget is given, we give a big proportion of that AAP plan to the management because we have about more than 300 nurses. And our budget is always the biggest budget that we prepare and we present. But in monetary terms, I've never seen anything. So when it comes to recreation leave for my staffs, they are not given leave at the exact date that they are applied for. So what we do, we tend to internally arrange deferring their leaves until there is money, so officers can go for their leaves. That has gone from bad to worse. So in here I see that accountability, transparency at the leadership is not there. We bring our queries true, but it's going into deaf ears. No one is actually sitting and listening to what we are presenting at the meetings. In here, there is a committee. Okay, there is channel of how we process information. For us as Directorate of Nursing, we have a nursing executive team. It's a team comprised of the Director of Nursing with the 2 deputies, the clinical supervisors, and we have training coordinators, quality standard coordinators, so we're a group. We put ideas, we see what is happening clinically. We bring forth those issues on a Monday, and it is presented to the NGAO executive management. And when it is presented there, it gets stopped there. That's where the buck stops. Whether it is presented to the CEO or not is a question. We don't get reports back, no feedbacks on what has happened. Okay, for these issues of non-consumables, as the doctors have said, they have their committee. For nurses in NGAO and most, in the whole of Papua New Guinea, we have nursing association, and our Morobe branch is one of the very active branch. When we see things not right, we go through the nursing association. We had a meeting. My nurse managers, some of them are sitting here. We actually had a list of consumables that we wanted urgently. we requested to meet with the CEO and the team. It took them almost more than 4 months for them to actually get down from their seats to attend to us.
Within Hangout?
Within anger. We called up a meeting, they came and answered to what our queries were. Up till to now, nothing has transpired.
By the way, where is the office of the CEO located?
In anger. Nurses are the ones who are standing beside the patient, so why can't you give an ear to come and listen to what the grievances are? Because they are the very people that look after the patients. As the doctor said, raised a concern, we nurses also raised the same concern and the same sentiment. So when it comes to budget appropriation, we don't know where the money is going to. Nursing gives a good AAP plan, and our budget is always good. But when the money comes, we don't know where it's going. As the others have already said, the previous team, there is no transparency. We'd like to see that happen. Equipments, as they have said, now we're having the biggest problem with the sterilizing department. For us to go to Goroka is an expense. We are risking our lives. I had to travel with my nurses twice up to Goroka just to make sure that those things are done and brought back. I had to come to my staff's level to take them up. If I can do that, I expect my CEO, my management to come down to my level and tell me what is happening. Show me, tell me. Be transparent in what they are doing. That's what I want to know. If there is communication, dialogue, communicating properly, then I don't think such problems would ever happen. But because there is a blockage somewhere. Thank you, sir. Maybe my other colleagues will have to say something, but this is from the nursing division that I have seen from past years till to today. Things have gone worse, as Dr. Piawi has mentioned. We are in a total dire state. Yes, I would agree to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions, madam. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Thank you. In terms of administratively, like when we face problems, the comparison from the old operating room to the current operating room, why we have these past CEOs, where when the sterilizer is down or any problem at all in the operating room, they do come to the place of work on site and visit us to see what is happening as a CEO of the hospital. But since we moved down into 2023, no CEO has ever come to visit and identify or ask us to know the problems, yes. In terms of AIP, done one in 2022, yep, and again this year and last year submitted to my bosses in the DNS office, and they can escalate it further. And in those AIPs, I've included the equipment, medical equipment, like diatemy machine and all the other machines that we use in the operating room. Surgical trays, we need to improve the number of surgical trays. The linens that we use on the patients, plus others that's included as well. The current problem that we know that operating room is the heartbeat of the hospital, and the sterilization unit is the lifeline for the. Unfortunately, since we came down in 2023, we did face a lot of problems in the breakdown of the sterilizer machine and the washer disinfectant, so many things like air conditioning system, plus the power interruptions that shuts off everything. So it's a big concern for the operating room, because when the power breaks down or the sterilizer breaks down, it affects the surgical flow. So there's huge number of backlog of surgical cases, and it's as a potential risk of surgical complications, and patients can die. As Dr. Piawi has raised a concern regarding the delay in surgery. Yes. So the reasons are breakdown in the sterilizer and power interruptions, and also the medical consumables. And surgical suture is one of them, because in surgery it's a common item that we use in surgery. To date, almost few months now, we don't have surgical sutures like Vicryl and nylon sutures. we have inconsistent supply of it, so it's really affecting the surgical services. And to make mention of that, we have a high cancellation rate of around 40 to 45% because of all these issues that are affecting our services, which has gone beyond the safe surgery, WHO safe surgery, a benchmark of 15%. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's a huge number of
What's
days.
just say that again?
Safe surgery cancellation rate.
Safe surgery
cancellation rate.
Cancellation rate.
Yeah.
Okay, so the world standards is
15%.
15%. That means you can send people away, a number of people.
Yeah.
From the total number of patients coming, you can send certain number away. But we are at what level?
40%.
40%.
40 to 45%. That's really high. Yeah, thank you. In terms of staffing, we have 4 operating rooms. Currently, we are utilizing only 2 operating rooms because of the staffing issue. That was the nursing and anesthetic team. And the other operating room, room 3, it's not furnished by the contractors that they came. And I guess they have mentioned that the hospital management will furnish that for us to use, but today it's not yet furnished. So currently we have 11 nursing officers and 5 CH doctors, of which 4 are nurse specialists. Okay, yeah, I guess I've mentioned everything that I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your contributions. Madam, let's move on to you.
Okay, I just wanted to say a few things. I don't think the PHA system is working for us. The line of communication and the channel of communication is a little bit distorted, even though there's an act and it's written. It's by practice, I think it's distorted. We have a hospital manager that should be running the hospital, but then she's not. I believe she's been micromanaged because the PHA executives are all inside Engao. Maybe if they got outside of Engao, maybe there'll be another story. I don't know. I'm just saying. The performance review. I've been a manager for a long time. I've never sat in for a performance review, which is something I think once or twice in very big meetings I said it out that we should know where we are and at least hear where we are, so improvement and things like that we can get involved in. But I think all my other colleagues, nurse managers, we've never been in such things. Just tell us how we're doing and all of that. So
You just told the performance reviews in your experience before PHA. How do you do that? How was it?
With the performance reviews, it was not done. It was done 6 monthly. Yes. And it's always the executives that sit in for the review and like the directors.
Yeah.
They sit in for the reviews and then they come back. I will only speak for the side of the director nursing. So the director nursing sits for the review. And she comes and she lets us know that this is what has happened. That this is what is way forward for us. And so the information is then escalated down. But otherwise,
After PHA,
after PHA, I have not seen any and I have not been involved in any.
thank you.
yeah, so I think that's something that we should have improved on, should have done. In terms of drugs, consumables, I know there's a national medicine policy that's in place, and that policy also says that we should have a medicine and therapeutic committee, and that committee looks at the supplies, the issues, and all of that with the drugs that come into PHAs. So that committee has been spoken about by especially our pharmacy staff that they really want that. Like, we must have one here in MOPHA, but it has not been established, so it's not working. That's why I think most of the time when drugs come here, we don't know what's in the containers that are coming. So that's for the drugs. For I want to speak a little bit about ICU.
Yeah.
The old ICU had 5 beds. The new ICU has 12 beds. But when we moved in and opened the new ICU, we only decided to utilize 5 beds only because the manpower did not increase. The same nurses, same doctors. We agreed upon that up until now. But with the recent incident that happened, we're down to 2. So we're not utilizing all the beds in there. And, you know, like one of the ventilators got on fire, and that should be an urgent issue. It happened in August, and by now that ventilator is parked outside of ICU, just there. And nobody's really wanting to do anything about it. So there's really no urgency in terms of opening our 5-bed ICU in the second biggest hospital in the country.
So with that ventilator, we're still waiting for the supplier.
We're still waiting for funding to ship it over to Moresby, I guess.
Oh, so you will have to send it
For
away.
the investigation to continue.
Okay, so that equipment must be taken away.
They've requested for us to send it to Moresby, to Maiden suppliers, yes.
So there is a specialist, a qualified specialist in Moresby to have a look at that?
The suppliers are in Moresby.
They're in Moresby.
Yeah.
So we can't fly them here?
We brought them over. We brought one over to make look at the machine and do a report.
Yeah.
So he comes over, does a report, and goes back to Moresby. And then they are telling us now to fly the faulty machine over with our funding, I guess, and that's why we can't do it.
Okay.
With the AIP, I've been involved in 2 AIPs in my 18 years as a nurse manager, only 2 years. Most of the time it's done at the top level. With ICU, we need a lot of accessories to run our machines, the ventilators, the infusion, the pumps, and all of that. And that's a huge gap that we have. So we really don't have, when we run out of what we have now, we can wait for years to get new things. So consistent supply of accessories for the new machines that came, I don't think there's a budget for it. I believe there's no budget pinned to the equipment, the accessories inside ICU to sustain this. So there are certain reusable, single-use items that we are reusing. Unfortunately, that's what's happening because there's no budget for it specifically. For staffing to run a 12-bed ICU, we'll need a lot of nurses. We only have 18 nurses in ICU.
And they work at shifts?
Shift workers, yes.
Okay.
That's about it.
Thank you very much for your contributions. Radiology.
Thank you. Okay, radiology services here at Engao, I think we have the best machines. We have almost, not all, but we have some state-of-the-art equipment. We have CT scan, we have ultrasound scan, we have mammograms, we have X-ray machines, we have fluoroscopy machines, and all these machines are power dependent. We have really big problem with power. There's a lot of power outages, and it affects our machines. Right now, 2 machines are not working, 2 very important machines, and for X-rays, we are depending on only 1 machine. And we are scaling down, we have already scaled down. But the patients are still coming. And we take patients from all the clinics in Lake, including Engao itself. And we are getting patients from other provinces coming over too, for CT scans and all that. These machines are supplied by Medent. It's all Siemens equipment, and we were given a contract to sign the contract amounts to almost 1 million. And we did not sign the contract.
Contract for what?
For
Maintenance contract.
Maintenance contract.
It's annually
Annually.
for them to come and inspect
That's
and
right.
maintain your
Yes.
equipment.
And these equipments are very expensive. So, like right now, I have an 88,000 kina outstanding for almost 9 months now. Not paid because we can't, I don't know,
For maintenance.
for maintenance. That's for one of the equipments that is down, the fluoroscopy machine. So, I have a lot of problem with maintenance and consumables because when I send in requisitions, it sits there for ages, and sometimes it gets lost, and I have to redo that, resubmit the requisition again, and the machines are still there, and we are still facing this issue. Every time a power goes off, we have to shut down. The last time the power went off, we had a patient on the CT machine. And he was just about to go into the gantry when the power went off. Luckily, the patient was unconscious. And when the power went off, there was a big bang. If he was conscious, he could have jumped out or aggravated his injury. And we have a lot of patients lined up for CT, but we keep canceling. And the doctors, they're all frustrated. The patients are all
You're
frustrated.
canceling CT scans because of what?
Power issues. The machines are made in such a way that when the temperature is higher, it goes off. We can't operate the machine until it comes down to the level where it can operate.
Now, let me ask you this. Since you have patients lined up for CT scan, have you made an attempt to talk to who is directly your boss?
My boss is here,
Okay.
right next to me.
So, have you guys decided that because we have so many patients lined up for CT scans, we'll have to run the standby generator for in a day to get a number of patients out of the way. So we don't worry about power blackouts while people are in that machine. So let's talk to the management, get the generators, get some fuel in, get the generators running. 2 or 3 days, let's get some patients out for CT scans. Did you try to do these arrangements?
Okay, like I said earlier on, machines, the CT scan have a certain temperature to operate in. Even if the genset was working and the temperature is not right, it cannot work.
Oh, so you mean the machine needs maintenance? Well,
It needs
why is the temperature, you having issues with the temperature?
Overused. Not overused. The aircon. When the power goes off, aircon goes down.
So it affects the...
It affects the temperature. So we have a lot of fluctuation.
Yeah.
And the genset, sometimes we don't get the right amount of
Power.
to run the machines.
It's current sensitive.
And apart from that, we also have a system called PEX. We've done away with films, X-ray films, and we are using this PEX system where we have viewing stations in all the wards. Not all the wards, some wards. And we take images and they view it right after we finish.
Yeah.
And this system goes off too when the power goes off. We have our IT people are not capable of fixing this up. And it has been going on since we moved into the new. Okay, with the AAP, I did probably 2, 3 in the previous, before we move into PHA. Since coming to PHA, never done it.
Your department was never consulted.
No. Radiology is also a money-making department in the hospital. For the past 6 months, we raised about 135,000 kina. But when I submit my requisition, they don't listen to me. They don't attend to my problem.
Did I tell you how that money is spent?
No.
Is that all from you?
Thank you.
Okay, we go to your boss. Doctor?
Thank you, sir. I think the staff has said a lot of things. So as much as possible, I'll just limit because I don't want to repeat things. Okay. Manpower. The structure is a very old structure of 2007, 2008. Around about that time, it was approved by DPM. And we are continuing to use that up to now. Our demand has increased. We need to do the new structure based on our demand and requirements according to the functions we carry out. I don't know when we're going to do that.
When your CEO was talking about some positions being filled, does that include your department as well?
Sorry, I'm talking on the whole hospital now.
Yeah.
But my department, medical services, as my doctors have said, they also do have manpower problems. My pathology also needs manpower to meet the demand. Radiology also needs manpower to meet the ever-growing demand. It's not only the Morobe provincial population. It is the Highlands population, the Madang population comes, the Guinea Island, and of course the Momase itself. And it's overwhelming for the whole lot of them. For me, to date, the most hardest working group of people I've ever worked with are this staff in Enga Hospital. When all hospitals threaten to close, we continue to keep it open to serve as much as possible of those that need our assistance. I'd like to credit our staff for that one. They go through a lot of difficulties, yet they stand to their jobs. That's from my experience that I have served. I've been in the hospital since 2013, and that is about 13 to 12 years of experience in this hospital. Where credit is due, they haven't been recognized. One. Second, the pharmaceutical supplies go along the same way. The demand is overwhelming, and the people who have been budgeted to use their supplies in their provinces, it's not utilized. It is utilized in Engau Hospital, and our drugs goes dry so fast. I am at this stage, sorry to say, I'm the guy in the sandwich. Staff sometimes come to me at 4 p.m. when everybody is closing up. I work until I give them an answer. So I say I am the one that is feeling the pressure of that, while others, they walk off to their families and etc. I feel the same pain as my staff. Reason why that is, as I said, our population explosion in this city has trebled. We can't meet the demand that is being supplied by the medical supplies to meet our population, because our population is over. With the mining sector, it has very much increased, and so we need help on that front. Pathology also is the same. The medical supplies does not supply the consumables as it used to before. It is not in the supply chain. It is funded through the hospital. But the funding is insufficient. I understand that. We go out, we get a lot of our supplies on credit. Management doesn't have the funds to pay for it, and it accumulates. So in other words, we are termed as boss, we are called the Dinao Hospital. We may not be the only Dinao hospital in this country. It may be all the other hospitals as well. So what affects us? If you go to look at the other hospitals, I believe you might have identical problems as us, which is serious. Yes, power problem we have solved. So I will not talk too much about that one, because so long as the MOU goes very fast, will be identified and prioritized, and hope that will reduce. But only one thing I would like to highlight here is that we have chronic petrol difficulties, no diesel. Our transport supplies and our standby generators, we run out. Right now, we don't have petrol even to run the hospital transport system. I couldn't get my staff on any hospital vehicle into this place, and a lot of my nurses walked in. So that's how serious it is. The other, trust account. To me, right here as I am sitting down, I see that the trust account is not used according to the instrument that was issued on its usage. It's been misused, appropriated away from life-saving equipment, medicines, and supplies to save lives. Like, for example, patient rations. That's not life-saving per se. Maybe they are using it for other purposes. Sorry, I don't know how they use the trust account, and it has never been reported to the staff how much they raise, how they have used. I have no idea, but I do know that I mainly use petty cash. After hours, when they come to me, my staff, I ensure I get the petty cash, which is 200 kina. Not much, 200 kina. I ensure that I spend it wisely to get the supplies as low as a plaster to close the wound in the operating theater, as low as getting iodine to wash before operation. So that's how serious drug supplies and including stationaries have come. I, as an administrator, how am I supposed to print circulars and memos out to my staff?
Doctor, let me interrupt you for a while.
Yes.
Your officer says he makes good monies for the hospital. And last month you made
The first 6 months,
Yeah.
January to June, we raised 135,000.
135,000 plus kina for the hospital. How much of that money are you allowed to utilize
Nothing.
yourself in your department?
None.
So you have to give everything to the
Management to manage according to the way they see fit.
So that goes to all of you, to the monies that you collect from outpatient?
Yes.
Same.
It goes into the trust account, everything that we generate.
And when they use those monies, they don't tell you how it's being utilized?
There's no accountability for us, to us, no reporting.
That is a serious breach.
And I'll tell you another thing, Chairman. My doctors and my staff are getting tired of collecting the money to be put into the trust account, which is going to be misused by somebody. And therefore, the use of fee policy in this place is in danger of being not recognized and used.
Have you, all of you, management on the ground level, have you thought about establishing another account? So you can put those monies, outpatient monies, radiology monies into that account, so you can use for your consumables and immediate needs. Have you ever brought that to the attention of the top management?
I did to the Director Curative Health. I've mentioned it a couple of times. Because I'm frustrated with the way things are going. So I said, we'll get someone to come and sit in the front desk and start collecting money for ourselves, so that we can use it to.
Yeah, there's always the easy way around these things, you know.
Sir, can I say
yes
further on that one? The instrument is an old instrument that talks about the signatory of that trust account to be by the CEO of the hospital.
You mean the financial instruments?
The financial instrument.
From finance department?
Correct.
Yes.
But we are no longer operating under a hospital manager. We are operating under
a PHA.
A manager under the PHA. And the person responsible and that should be taking care of that is the hospital management through the hospital manageress. So that our requirement, once we need it, is effective. And I have discussed that it has been taken up to the management, and they have told us otherwise, that the Finance Management Act does not allow that. I think that is true. It needs to be changed and comes back to the hospital. The same also goes to petty cash. Out of that, we should have petty cash in the hospital, because hospital is a huge place by itself. And therefore, we always need consumables fast, right now.
Yeah.
And we need, and once I have put it on the hospital management agenda, it has been taken up to the SEM meetings. The same comes back, no rat. So that is trust account.
Would you have any idea, doctor, how much money per month you make from outpatient fees?
Roughly about 60,000.
60,000 per month.
Yes, but I was operating in Popondetta before I came. And in a small place like Popondetta, we generated about the same. And
the director for nurses? Sorry, doctor, we'll come back to you.
Thank you. All right. With the sections, like we have nurse managers managing each sections,
yeah,
and they know the number of patients that come in. But we are not being given that AOK to collect fees, because there are admission clerks stationed that goes and collects fees every day. But Whether it's being done on a regular basis and there's honesty in that, we don't know, is a question. How much they collect in a daily base, weekly base, monthly base, we don't know. But yes, we know there are patients that come in. For example, emergency, they do pay, they have patients coming in. Consultation clinic. Okay, with the labor ward, we have the new labor ward, which is a classic labor ward. And we have so many mothers that come in, even all the way from the highlands. And that's a very good avenue and an area for money making. But we don't know where the money is when it's collected. Okay, right now, speaking, I was stopped by the nurse manager of labor ward just to tell me that, boss, we don't have any stitch, no sutures, the samapi mol mama. It was brought up yesterday when we had a meeting. Today they mentioned to me, what can I do? I just told her, go ahead and get the quotation. That's not my duty. So where is all the money going to? All the wards are making money, but they don't know how much they are making and where is the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, if that money was available in the hospital and managed by the hospital, we would not be having complaints. They can have the big money, but let me go backward a bit. The hospital doesn't know its budget annually. What is allocated to us, because PHA is a pan-provincial issue. I mean, they look after the province. Okay, public health has got its allocation. Hospitals should have its allocation. None. It's appropriated by the SEM through the accountant, which a lot of complaint has already been placed by the boss of the emergency department. And so there needs to be relook at the way we are funded. I think money is enough. It's been misappropriated. It's not used rightly. So we can't blame the government for not giving us that. We are in the health department. We have never been trained to be thieves. Our core business is the patient, and we are here to serve the patient. But where is the equipment? Where is the thing we require to save their lives? We are having difficulty. That is why the emergency department boss has used the word he has used. So I stop there, boss.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for those insights into your operations. Any last words from any of you up in the front? Yes, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Just it's a concern, as the doctor has mentioned. The last structure was done in 2008. This is 2025. We are still working on the same number of, the establishment is still the same. It has never changed. The number of patients have increased.
Yeah.
The last of the 2008 vacancies, we are still waiting for them to give the successful candidates their letters. They said it will take 3 to 4 weeks. It's almost 2 months. And the new structure will depend on that. Once all the positions are being advertised and filled, then the new structure is due. That cannot happen because there is a delay. Now, why is the delay? We see HR traveling, executive management traveling to come in and out. What is the purpose of their travel? If their purpose is to bring HR matters have to be HR matters. Come back and let us know this is what is happening at that level. So we know, so what we get from them can be passed down to our subordinates. There is communication down, top up, but that is not happening. So how long are we going to wait for the new structure to be made? Patients are suffering. Nurses and doctors are exhausted. We have high rate of absenteeisms, high rate of sick leaves. Why is that happening? That is further depleting the core business. we cannot provide that service that is supposed to be rendered to the patients because we don't have the manpower. So it is like, it's something that is coming out of us. We've got to be honest in what we are doing. So that's where we are. We talk about structure. If that can be fast-tracked by the management, fine. But if they're still delaying it, this is how we're going to be.
Would you know the reason why this is being delayed? Are they telling you what's the problem? Is it to do with DPM or Department of Health?
According to the hospital managers, she mentioned to me that it's DPM has signed, where it is now, I don't know. CO signed, DPM signed, so what? And there were 500 applicants that applied. But the positions were not at 500, they were less than 500. So it should be fast-tracked so that the new structure can be made. This is a PHA.
Major delays.
So
All
there
right.
is a delay.
Thank you very much for all your contributions. The committee officers has taken notes. Some of these issues will have to be attended to urgently. Engau Memorial Provincial Hospital is the second biggest hospital, referral hospital in the country. And listening to the conversations that we had doesn't sit too well with me. And some of these matters need to be brought straight to the minister's attention. So I'm going to make it my business to have a dialogue with the minister as soon as possible when I get a chance. Most of these issues will be related. Other PHs as well, but not as important as Engau, because it's the second biggest referral hospital in the region. And, you know, if things are like the way you described to me, then it's not helping at all. And the man responsible is the minister. And he needs to know, he has to know. Sometimes a lot of things don't reach the minister. You know, you can talk to your director goes to the CEO goes to the secretary, and it stops there. And nothing goes to the minister's ears. So it's good that I, as the chairman, have to sit down with the minister and relate some of these issues so we can start from the top down. The minister can drive some of these things down to the secretary, down to the CEO. So I'm going to make a special effort. I'm making a commitment to sit down with the minister with most of these issues that you've highlighted. He comes from a medical background. He was a CEO of the hospital, and he understands the frustrations. He understands the hardships that you face. So I will have to have a word with him regarding some of these urgent matters, and then my report will be presented to Parliament for everyone else to know. So I would like to thank you all very much for your time. And Doctor, last one
Yes,
from you.
I just need to throw in the last thing that I think is going to improve this hospital.
Yeah.
Funding-wise, manpower-wise, and everything-wise, so that we can now satisfy our population. Basically, is that this hospital is the biggest, second biggest in the country. I think we deserve to have the standalone so that the funding comes direct to the hospital.
Agreed with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, if any of you in the room is something you want to raise, something completely different, something new that you want to raise, I will give you an opportunity to raise this with the committee. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Well, that is going to be yes.
We mentioned about cancellations and scaling down is about cancer. I had found out that some patients that were supposed to continue radiotherapy were being put off, and they started scaling down because there was no air conditioning. at the cancer division. And this is the National Cancer Center, and we have population that have come far and wide. And so there's real urgency that those that have started that radio must complete their cycle. So there's a great need that the clients that have instructed their radiology, their radiotherapy cycle, they need to complete. But because of the current situation that the cancer section that has no air condition and fan, it led up to them answering those items. So it's a special issue in regards to it affects the nation population that have come. Also apart from the ones in Morocco that are getting there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. That's very important to know. It's half 3, and I would like to end this inquiry, and I would like to thank you all for making time available, and also I would like to thank you all for working under such stressful conditions with limited resources, and you are doing your best to save lives. In the field of medicine, it comes from the heart. If you want to work in the care industry, care for the sick, it has to come from your heart. If it doesn't come from your heart, then you're in the wrong place. So that's why all of you are here. Even though you don't have what you need, but you are doing your best because you care for your people. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the government of the day. Thank you so much for your time and working under such conditions, nurses and doctors and cleaners and everybody else down the line. I cannot promise you what good will come out of this inquiry and this report, but I'm happy we had some good outcomes. I'm very happy that we are now talking to PNG Power, and we will have an agreement with PNG Power, and we have a constant dialogue with PNG Power. And that is one area where we will have to improve on. And you have your issues, internal issues with your management, your communication down to the line managers. That is not happening, and that is non-existent in Angao, as I understand. And that I have to communicate to the minister as a matter of urgency. So I'm going to take it up as a commitment to relay these important matters to the minister's ears, so minister can drive it down from the top. So once again, thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, making your time available here. And I will have to take my leave now and prepare to travel to Medang over the weekend for the other inquiry into Medang PHA. Once again, thank you all. Good afternoon.
Thank you.